Jack, why do you insist on doing this dumb internet shit on TV?
I look and see, it's not just me.
This place is a fucking joke, man. You're a clown. I quit.
So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild.
No. It doesn't make logical sense. But it makes
yes, of course.
But it makes wrestling booking sense. Of course, this makes no sense. Of course, okay, it makes no sense. However, in pro wrestling booking, which often makes no sense, you would do that. It's about making money. It's not about anything else. Wrestling's always been about making money first and foremost. That's it.
Yes, I look and see. It's not just me.
Last weekend was the greatest weekend in AEW history. This is the greatest week.
I look and see. It's not just me.
Security, my safety, my life was in danger at a wrestling show.
So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Get wild! Yeah!
If you're familiar with how we do things often here on these Wednesdays, it's a lot like one of my favorite movies, Time Cop.
What? Fuck you. Fuck you.
Yeah!
Damn it! Yeah!
Thank you.
Thank you again. Oh, yeah.
It's crazy. 3 minutes. 3 minutes off air. 3 minutes off air.
So I talked to Tony last week, and he told me there's a plan. So I just got to trust him. You know, I trusted him before, and I became TNT champion 3 times.
For one split second, I came.
You're going to keep coming.
The Macho Man is coming. You don't know where I'm coming from, but I know where you're coming from. Yeah.
Hulkamania coming into your own home.
To attack and keep coming.
That's a real hard nut to swallow.
You're a boy in a man's world, and I'm a man who loves to play with boys.
I had a rocket ship up my ass.
But I went to work on that boy's behind. It's sexual, baby. I opened up his cheeks and I said, I'm doing construction here. We gotta renovate his cheeks. Time to go to work on the boy's butt. Me, Big E, and me, Big D.
Burger.
Cheeseburger.
Tacos.
Salami.
Salami.
Justin's bunghole.
Scott Hall, you're dead.
Hey,
And her opponent from Xinjiang, China.
Oh, you don't masturbate no more.
He's dominating.
Well, guess what, man? I do.
Ooh, what's up, everybody? Welcome to another eclectic edition of PWT Live Show. I am your host, Phil Marks. Phil Marks. Yeah. And what? We are here. PWT. What? PWT. We're here tonight to annoy you guys off rip. It is a Wednesday. We made it. It is another week of PWT. Of course, I hung out with the members and patrons over on Member Monday. So Patreon and memberships only 99 cents for a membership on YouTube. And you get access to my bonus Member Monday shows, which we just scrolled. It was such a good show. We just scrolled through my timeline and reacted to all the meltdowns about John Cena's shit. And like Conrad Thompson, we got him to tweet out oh, come on now, Eric. Like, it was so good. So you guys need to check that out. Become a member. Hit like, hit subscribe, guys. Super chats are welcome. You can gift a membership as well. Patreon.com/ProWrestleTimes. Those are my plugs. Tonight, AEW Dynamite Holiday Bash 3-hour special. AEW Collision and Dynamite are going back to back once again. And they're taped as well. So we have some results. I apologize if when I do AEW news, it's not just loaded with the results, but like there's a couple things in there. If we don't get to it on the show, like if Dynamite's not there yet, but we're talking about it, I'm sorry. But yeah, guys, make sure you hit like, subscribe, retweet, hit the heart or whatever if you guys are on X as people file in and we get the show started. You guys can see the Holiday Bash card. And I think this is the Dynamite portion, or perhaps it's the 3-hour total. I'm actually not sure. It just says 3-hour special. So is this a 3-hour Dynamite special? Right? Or is this a Dynamite and Collision combined 3 hours? I actually don't know. Maybe Lex has some insight. Lex, is it 3 hours?
I don't know.
Okay, it's just a 3-hour show. But again, I told you guys, hey, that third hour on Dynamite, it doesn't look too bad. You know, I could see WBD doing that. Speaking of which, we have WBD news. Okay, hot news, as Conan would say, with as far as Netflix and Paramount and all of that's concerned. The John Cena cope continues. We have Legends of the Game, old podcast crafters all crying about John Cena. We have still, and people don't understand why it worked. We have Raw went down as well on Monday, and there were some revelations there with Austin Theory. What else? Just a jam-packed show tonight. So you came to the right place. If you want to hear about some wrestling shit,
it's the greatest
you came to the right place. Can't put it all in the title. And yeah, Blake Monroe and Mariah May botched that finish. And Mariah May, pardon me, botched that finish in that NXT match there. And there's a little bit of NXT news as well. So we can take a look at Holiday Bash here. Moxley versus Strong. It's all just Continental Classic matches. And then the AEW World Tag Team titles against the Bang Bang Gang. And then an 8-woman tag. Again, like, didn't they just establish tag titles? I know. You're the tag champions right after we had a whole big tournament. I know. You'll be in a 4-person, like you'll be on a team of 4 in an 8-woman tag. Holy shit. The literal worst booker maybe in the history of booking.
The best guy is Tony Khan.
Like, I would try to be so nice, but I can't anymore. It's truly the worst booking possibly ever. The Dynamite Diamond Ring Battle Royal. Surprise, surprise. Phil was right again. And there's a contract signing. They're doing a 3-way. So again, exactly what I said. What are they going to do? Like Joe, Swerve, Hangman 3-way again? Probably not that. But, and even I fucking try to give him the benefit of the doubt there. And boom. Tony Khan goes, nope, they're fighting in a 3-way. Oh, God. So we're just going backwards in time. Tony Khan has like 3 things he does. And it is what it is, man. We're going to talk about Raw as well. Let's jump into stuff while it's hot. So yeah, chat, hit like and subscribe. There's about 100 watching now across YouTube and X. So let's get into things here as people continue to file in. We have Sheldon Cooper on. Strap in. Okay, it's a long Dynamite. And I'm excited. So let's get into, we'll start light here. And we'll get into things. There's also a blizzard. It's also blizzarding. Everyone's snowed in. It's crazy. There's car pileups and shit. Okay, so up here in Canada, there, buddy. So shit is wild. Okay, and I apologize if my internet shits out or the entire power grid goes off. I don't know. It might be a nuclear winter here. Here we go. So let's start with. We're gonna just start all the way with this because we don't have a lot of this, but we're just going to get through it all. We have so much tonight, folks. So welcome. I'm so glad you're here. Okay. Tony loves 3 Ways with Dave and Brian. Absolutely roasted the Steiners. Yeah, we're going to get into all that. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for miscellaneous news. Cole, I need to get like AI of Wade Barrett. Let's see if he's on Cameo of him going, I've got some miscellaneous news. That'd be cool.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
So the Rascals, in good news, the Rascals, and maybe this should have been in TNA news, I don't know, but it crosses over into indie territory. So they won the Revolver tag team titles earlier tonight. Yeah, I did mean to put this in TNA news. All good, though. So the Rascals won the Revolver tag team titles.
Favorite wrestling production company. That great.
And then they came out to Cena's music, Wesley.
You can feel the brotherly love. You can feel.
Or Desmond Xavier. Sorry, I keep calling him Wesley. Speaking of guys that I've been putting over here, Bear Bronson has won GCW's Nick Cage. Oh, not my invitational. GCW's Nick Cage Invitational X, and will challenge Atticus Kogar for the GCW World Championship. So that's awesome, man. Good for him. He's just all bloodied up, and he showed up in TNA recently as well. And yeah, like I know indie wrestling is not for everybody, but if it is your thing, he's been like making some waves in the indie scene since it didn't work out for him in AEW, and because Tony just had nothing for him, man. Let's be honest. Whatever. I beat that to death. We'll move on here. Speaking of big old giants, former wrestler Solomon Grundy passes away. Solomon Grundy, I also just recently defeated him in Arkham City last night. And I'm not kidding. Okay?
Be gone.
So RIP to Solomon Grundy. Anyone? Batman fans? No? Okay. So Trent, speaking of making waves on the indies here, Trent Seven's name is Ben. I don't know why they wrote this part, but Trent Seven, aka Ben Seven, I guess, he's trying to raise £5 million to build his Project Fight into Europe's #1 televised wrestling brand, with the state of UK indie wrestling and WWE and AEW hit by their ratings downgrade. And guys, how timely. This is why you all need to become a patron, PWT, or a member. On PWT Member Show, we watched all the Shark Tank appearances of pro wrestlers. And in the UK, in the Dragon's Den, Man Like Doris and some other folks showed up and asked for some money for their pro wrestling fed, and they kind of laughed it off. But good on him. I like to hear this, right? Where's Freddie Prinze Jr.'s fed? What the fuck? He doesn't have £5 million. How many pounds do you need to fucking make a fed? 5 million's a lot. And I get it. Like, he doesn't want to just be another run-of-the-mill indie. I don't think 5 million is going to... Maybe it can take you to the next level with how hot wrestling's getting. I like him putting his foot in the door or throwing his hat in the race. throwing his hair in the tortoise. I don't know. I'm redacted, but you guys get what I'm getting at here. Let's go. 5 million though, and he's not saying I'm going to compete with AEW and shit, but he's just saying, listen, there's a void in the UK scene, and I've said it. AEW should go film shows out there. WWF, how many W's did I give that? WWF. Don't do it because there's more money in them, like just doing a PLE and then doing like, oh, well, Europe show before Mania when it's real hot to promote people like international and all that. They know to do it then and to do it that way, but they're allowed to do it that way. AEW should be taking advantage of like tonight. It's a taped show in front of 10,000 people. Pardon me. It's a tape show in front of 10,000 people. This should be one of their big live bangers. You know, this should be where they're trying to really restore the feeling, but instead it's just jam-packed matches. So there's a void there where people want like good television, UK wrestling. The scene could blow up, or it could blow up in his face, and it could be revealed that, well, they just want what's hot. In the UK, they just want WWE or AEW. Any big wrestling show we want. So if Trent Seven takes this 5 million, he can present it as, okay, we're going to do 4 pay-per-views this year. And then we're going to do 4, or we're going to do 1 indie show a week or bi-weekly indie wrestling show leading up to these pay-per-views or whatever. Okay, maybe you could do it. Like we'll do 3 pay-per-views this year, 4 this year, and they'll be like bigger venue, but we'll go hit every nook and cranny building up to this thing and do a not even live, but like a wrestling show on the indie scene in the UK once a week. You know, 5 million's not going to get you into the fucking like we have like a production budget and all this shit, and it does at the beginning. But in the long term, it's not going to. But in the long run, not unless you're like Court Bauer, who like 20 million. Okay, yeah, you can run MLW. He's probably not too worried about, you know, elevating things. Like he's probably, I bet he could turn maybe not. I actually don't even want to speculate on it because I actually don't know what MLW charges for tickets or how many they do on average or whatever. But I'm willing to bet that $20 million doesn't hurt his cause and that he was able to make a little bit of scratch off MLW in the past. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been around as long, unless he's like a trust fund kid, and I just don't know about that shit. Oh, come on now, Phil. Court Bauer's a trust fund baby. I don't know if that's the truth or not. I have no clue where he got all his money other than that $20 million, and he was operating MLW for a long while and had names that people wanted, like Jacob Fatu and Alex Hammerstone and shit. So that's all I'm saying. Clearly, it's like a Brett Lauderdale thing. Like, clearly he's doing good with GCW, you know? It's not a coincidence that he's operating, that whether you love him or hate him, you know? But either way, shout out Trent Seven. Good shit. Hopefully he makes a run of things. So moving along here, Cyber Fight. We'll circle back to that, actually. So RVD's wife, Katie Forbes, hospitalized with dangerous pregnancy complications. So just prayers to Katie Forbes and Rob Van Dam. Right now, best energies that way. But we head to Japanese pro wrestling, the Japanese pro wrestling scene here. So Cyber Fight, the company operating DDT Pro Wrestling Noah, and Tokyo Joshi Pro Wrestling has drastically reduced its final deficit, reporting a loss of only 14 million yen for the fiscal year ending September 2025. This marks a massive improvement from the previous year's final loss of 212 million. So Cyber Fight, Noah, that's what WWE is linking up with them, right? So that's awesome. And I'm sure that has something to do with it. Again, it's not like, oh, because of WWE, like, do they have wrestlers wrestling on DDT Pro and Tokyo Joshi Pro and shit? I don't know. But huge improvement for them, showing that you can turn it around in the Japanese scene. Something that Tony Khan hasn't held up his end of the bargain with New Japan. Honestly, he has not. And I'm not saying Noah has more hype than New Japan, and I'm not saying Nuge is losing this much money. And they actually, from distancing themselves from AEW a little bit, have kind of popped off again, and I'm going to prove that here once more. I'm going to reinforce my statement / argument that I've made numerous times in that regard. So this successful turnaround is credited to the efforts of all organizations, with a significant factor being Noah's attendance boom. So Noah's attendance is booming. Come on. Is that not because NXT people are floating through and Omos will show up and win a title or whatever? Like, there's obviously, that's in part. Kenta went back there, dude. I think the Good Brothers showed up there as well recently. So there's a reason for that, man. And centered around the activities of Ozawa and overall efforts in group management. The strong financial result may provide a timely boost for selection committee members advocating for Ozawa to win the MVP award at the Tokyo Sports Pro Wrestling Awards, which will be decided on December 16th. Hell yeah. So, speaking of Nuge turning things around, so Yota Tsuji, who, I mean, just look at him. Even if you're not a Nuge fan, you can look at that guy and be like, oh, yeah, he's got sauce, you know? He's dripping, as the kids would say. He's got aura, as the children's would say, right? And so Yota Tsuji is one of their main dudes. He's got like an identical twin brother as well. And he says he has a 3-year plan to create a new peak for New Japan, acknowledges there will be challenges to that in the next year. He says in 2028 at the Tokyo Dome, I want us to beat the 2020 attendance of 40,008. I set myself a 3-year plan from becoming a champion in 25 to create a new peak for Nuge in 3 years. That's my goal for myself. This year, Tanahashi's retirement is the draw. But what happens after that? Honestly, I think next year will be a little challenging. There needs to be more time for me in New Japan. So after one more year, Nuge will be in a new golden age. Now, what have they been doing? Separating from AEW a bit. Now, I maintain this. They will never outright say, we don't fuck with AEW anymore. They won't ever say that, but I guarantee that Nuge will be open. And according to Dave Meltzer and them, they are open to like Shinsuke Nakamura and the possibility of like possibly doing a crossover. Not that they even need WWE. I'm just saying like they will make it as sort of doing what Takeshita's doing. And I'll explain that as well in a second, because Tsuji talks about buries Takeshita and AEW a little bit. Okay. Now, again, The Rock showed up with the nude shirt. Nothing came of that, although The Rock knew what he was doing. Someone who wrestled in New Japan and shit reached out to me and was like, oh, well, they wanted to fucking buy this and they got declined, so now they're working with Noah or something. Who knows? That's all could be conspiracy talk. I'm just letting you guys know that's what was floating around out there, okay? As far as rumors and innuendo or whatever. Rumors and innuendo. Oh, come on now, Eric. And so recently, New Japan, they put the title on Takeshita. We're going to explain him in a second, as I said. But then they also announced, like, we're doing our New Beginning show in America, but, like, it's not New Japan X AEW. And even AEW, when they do the Wrestle Dynasty, which was all, like, Japanese themed and, like, I think that's the one, right? Maybe not Dynasty. Wrestle Dream. Sorry, there's so many of these fucking Wrestle events now. WrestlePalooza, WrestleMania, Wrestle Dream, Wrestle Dynasty. Or is it called Dynasty or Wrestle Dynasty? I can't fucking remember. WrestleKingdom. I've gone cross-eyed, okay? Doesn't matter. Listen, it wasn't like AEW versus Nuge versus whatever the fuck. I pointed that out, okay? And then Nuge, they announce, or like all of the Japanese feds, they announce like the United, basically the NWA of Japanese wrestling. We're all going to be kind of united to help turn shit around. And then we have this WrestleKingdom show. Also, last year's WrestleKingdom, remember, night 1 was just New Japan guys. It outdrew night 2, which was New Japan guys and AEW guys, all the top AEW guys. Now, I pointed out that's fucked up. AEW is supposed to be helping their business. Some people argued to me, oh, come on now, Phil, that's not very fair. The second night of New Japan, always, not Conrad. I don't know why I keep using his voice. It's because we were going back and forth a little bit on Twitter. Anyways, people pointed out like, yo, the second night always draws less than the first night of Wrestle Kingdom. But isn't that why they put the AEW guys? I would argue against that. No, because it drew way lower. And isn't that why the AEW guys come in? Like, wouldn't that sell more tickets? Holy shit, the AEW guys on night 2. So I don't even know if they're doing 2 nights this year for Wrestle Kingdom. I actually don't. I think it's 1 night. If I'm wrong, someone fact check me on that. And we're gonna get into the card in a second. But it's interesting because this New Japan Wrestle Kingdom card so far doesn't have an overly like an over sense of like, oh, here's AEW guys and shit. Once again. And so now Tsuji's like, we have this 3-year plan. Tanahashi's about to retire. Apparently he wanted Shinsuke, but then had to settle for Okada because partnerships. I don't know, man. It seems like they're in a nice, polite, honorable way kind of distancing from AEW a little bit more and more and more and more. Maybe I'm off on that, but them doing that perception, it just so happens that seems to be the perception, and the ticket sales are turning around right now. I don't know, man. I don't know, because for Nuge as well, they sold gangbusters, and Dave wants to get attributed to just the fact that it's Okada, not the fact that, like, dude, it's Tanahashi. Like, he was considered to be, people looked at him like, okay, in the Attitude Era, like, Tanahashi's like a Stone Cold Rock, Triple H, like up there, like one of those type of names, like a John Cena's retirement, Tanahashi's, it's like that sort of thing, right? So him wrestling anyone, it's like when Stone Cold wrestled Kevin Owens, right? If it wasn't Kevin Owens, the crowd was still going to be just as hot. They were going to go nuts for it. It's still, people would have likely remembered it fondly. It's the fact it's Stone Cold. Like, yes, it's awesome that it's Okada, and I'm not trying to shit on Okada. I'm just saying that, like, anyone Tanahashi's last match, it was likely going to draw, and that's what fucking Tsuji said as well. He just said it. Well, it's Tanahashi's last match. He's not like, well, Tanahashi versus Okada. Okada really boosted our sales. No, that's what Dave Meltzer tries to spin it like for the sickos and shit. That's not what... Okay, so anyways, I'm spending a lot of time on this shit. 200 of you guys watching. And we got to go and bat for Nuge a little bit here. So he says it. This year's Tanahashi's retirement match is the draw. What happens after that, etc. So then Tsuji calls out Takeshita. And he expresses his disliking of how Takeshita carries himself as a triple contracted performer. Now, I've broken this down as well. Think about it. Even Takeshita is sort of marketed as, I'm a Nuge guy, but I'm an independent, like I'm contracted to CMLL and AEW, but it's like a unique contract to each company, and I'm the first wrestler to do that, where it's like a real legit, I work for these 3 companies and they're willing to whatever, but he markets himself that way, and he gets less heat for that than Gabe Kidd working for Nuge and then just showing up whenever Tony Khan wants him because he's going to poach him. Gabe Kidd's got more egg on his face. You know what I'm saying? And Takeshita's been able to like not get any on him in the perception of like he's an AEW guy only. You know, they kind of look at Takeshita. People kind of look at Takeshita as like, hey, he kind of does his own thing, but he is Nuge. Like, he came from Nuge. He's doing this to stay loyal to Nuge, man. That sort of thing. So Tsuji kind of buries it, though. And he says, I think being triple contracted is a good thing. So he puts that aspect over, like everybody has. Okay. And he says it's something only he can do. I don't think I could. And if I had the chance, I don't think I would. But he can, and that's a great thing for Takeshita. But if you're going to be triple contracted, do it properly. It's weird. I get that it's hard. But when he says, oh, I don't turn down bookings, it's on New Japan not booking me. Bullshit. You chose this from the start. Pardon me. And you knew what the situation would be. If he's such a superstar, I wanted him to say, a star my level will only be on the big show. Damn. Like burying fucking AEW. Saying
the best guys, Tony Khan.
Hey, I don't know, dude. This is awesome. And I know in Nuge they're allowed, people say, well, they're allowed to shoot a little bit and they can swear and be edgy and shit. He's speaking from the heart here, dude. he says, that's the attitude I wanted to see into fight. That's how a triple contracted guy should act. I'm not going to complain about what he does. If anything, I really respect it. But the way he carries himself in that role, I'm not sure that's how a champion should be. And I'm pretty sure Tsuji has this global title. He does. He has this global championship or whatever it's called. And now they'll be merged at Wrestle Kingdom. And I do like Takeshita, and he's a young guy in his career. I think Tsuji should win this goddamn belt. Now, I don't know the statistics and the analytics if I'd have to bring someone on who knows more about, who's more locked into Nuge week to week to week, month to month than I am. But all I know is Tsuji's that guy, and he has been for a little while here. And if he can get over, that's awesome. But yeah, I like how he just called out the aspect of like, dude, you're running around on Dynamite. You should be here elevating this promotion, is what he's kind of getting at. So I don't know if this is the complete New Japan Wrestle Kingdom 20 card has been revealed. 7 matches. So is it 2 nights? I don't think so. I think they're only doing 1 night again. Here, let me just quickly ask Google. Is NJPW Wrestle Kingdom, and I think it's technically 2026. 2026, 2 nights. Wrestle Kingdom 20. No, it's just a 1 night. I just see it's 1 night, so yeah. The card though, Toru Yano, Yo, and Master Wato in a never open weight title match or 6-man tag against some people, I think. Suri versus Saya Kamitani for the IWGP. The text is so small, I'm squinting to see this. IWGP Women's Strong Women Double Championship. So again, the winner gets the New Japan Strong and the IWGP Women's titles. Okay, and remember the Strong titles, I believe, are supposed to be their America-based titles. And Suri, everyone's glazing her. Dave Meltzer's glazing her. Then we have Shingo Takagi, David Finlay, Gabe Kidd, Maloney, Hiromu Takahashi, Great Okan, Callum Newman, and Hanare, and X and XX. So names we haven't had revealed yet in a match, a giant tag match. Then we have El Desperado, Kosei Fujita, Taiji Ishimori, and Sho. And that is for the junior heavyweight title. Aaron Wolf, who's a judo Olympian, I believe, who is a huge wrestling fan, and he chose to go the young lion route. He's a huge pro wrestling fan. And Dave Meltzer was like, oh, well, he chose it over NXT and everything, Brian. He chose Nuge. It just shows you where. No, it just is that he's a wrestling mark and he wants to learn the young lion way, because at the end of the day, in Japan, they probably train people the hard bodyest still. In comparison, dude, the wrestling schools that exist in America, no offense, I think places, I mean, let's just be honest. You get that Valley Girl, Cali shit like Dave Meltzer. I think some of the best schools still exist in Canada and fucking, I'm sure the best overall are in America though, folks. I'm sure if everyone chalked it up. Okay. But I think Canada, UK, Japan are still probably a little more traditional. Maybe not. I don't know. Seems like a lot of these these Orange Cassidy, Jungle, Jack Perry, Darby Allin types, I don't know where they're popping up from. Seattle, man. I don't know, dude. But Aaron Wolf, he's a mark. These are jokes, folks. He's a mark for pro wrestling, and he wanted to come up the young lion way, which is without a doubt, I'd say, the hard bodyest out of anywhere in the world. I think we can all agree on that, right? And he's taking on Evil, and he's a judoka, so we'll see how his Olympic training and his fandom of pro wrestling translates to in-ring action, I guess. I'm not sure if he's had other matches that I haven't seen. Then you have Yota Tsuji versus Konosuke Takeshita, title for title. Then you have Okada versus Tanahashi. And Tanahashi, that's going to be a short-ass match with a long-ass speech. All these fucking sickos crying about John Cena. Fucking, they're not going to say shit when it comes to Tanahashi, like, being unable to even, like, walk to the ring. Okay? So, I'm cheering for Nuge. I'm definitely watching WrestleKingdom. That is a fact of... And that's just a fact of life, yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, that was miscellaneous New Japan news. I need some, like, Japanese music, and I need Tajiri's theme. Okay? But for now, we'll just go to the UK with...
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
So, guys, make sure you check out youtube.com/@philmarksout. That's where I talk about pop culture and shit like that, and movies and comic books and things of that nature. And I have, like, music playlists on there that are awesome for Christmas time and stuff. Just quickly, TNA news. TNA has effectively finalized a number of short-term deals with several of their talent that were set to expire soon. So, good thing they got that figured out. And let's get into... I'm going to pull up some... Yeah, we're going to get into AEW news here. I think it's pressing before the show starts, even though it was taped, whatever. A lot of people got spoilers. And then the PWT Christmas special will be coming up soon as well, guys. Check out patreon.com/ProWrestleTimes. So let's get into AEW news, yeah? Yeah, what time is it? 22? Excellent. Phil Marks, bookmarks. I got one of the sounds for lucha-related news, PWT. Yeah, what's up, guys? Hit like, hit subscribe. You guys can super chat in, gift a membership. It's the holiday season. And yeah, become a member for 99 cents or a patron. Okay? And Patreon starts as low as $3, but there's more stuff than on the YouTube membership on there. That's why I did that. I don't know. It was hard to... I set them up at different times. So, and I didn't want to, like, cancel and restart everyone's shit again. So, appreciate you all. And let's get into AEW news here. Wildcard Kitchen. I'm into these cooking shows now and again, but then they get played out quick. You know, and it's so... They're like, it's on HBO Max, the Food Network. And it's like, what happens to all that? Well, we're going to get into it because we have updates on Netflix. And I told you guys, they're going to try and wrap this thing up toot sweet before, like, everyone goes home for Christmas and isn't around till the new year. But I was thinking that this was going to play out into the new year a little bit before we really knew what was going to happen. But it seems as though we know the results between the infamous, the real Wednesday Night Wars, Netflix, WBD, and Paramount, who would be getting the coveted AEW Dynamite 500,000 on Max, Brian. So, ladies and germs, it is time for AEW, everyone, Ichi Nissan Da, in honor of Nuge and Antonio Inoki. Because it is time for AEW news. And the best guy
is Tony Khan.
So just announced AEW World Championship match at World's End, a 3-way. Joe Hangman Swerve again. Like, they just go back to the same shit constantly. I think there's a good chance that MJF inserts himself in this and makes it a 4-way, or he challenges whoever the winner is. I don't know if the Dynamite Diamond Ring means you get a future match or you can just cash it in or whatever, but I could see him inserting himself in this and making it a 4-way. And again, it seems as though they're going back to Joe MJF / I think Joe is actually dipping out. He's got to do Twisted Metal. He's got to do more Twisted Metal. So I don't see his reign being that long. And maybe I'm off on that. I hope I'm off on that because Joe in wrestling for AEW is a good thing. Again, though, it's just Swerve, Hangman, Joe, MJF. They're all intermingling. Like we just had this, I feel like. And this is what you did last time Joe came back. I think he went to film Twisted Metal, and then he won the title, and then he was around for a while, and then we had a fucking three-way or whatever. And then I think Swerve got the title, or Hangman got it from Joe, and then Swerve got it. I can't remember the order of it, but Joe dropped it, went and filmed his show, came back, and I'm not shitting on Joe. He's just doing his thing. I'm saying that this is the same. I feel like we just did this. Did we not? I feel like we're in the same fucking place, stuck in the mud with AEW. And I know I'm saying we, because I am pulling for this shit, man. I just feel like we're stuck in the goddamn mud, Tone. We got to get it together. And then the Elite back together after they invaded the company. Like, so Tony's like, yeah, Elite. Dude, they all beat you up and like tombstones you and shit. There was no resolution to that. They just all of a sudden turn good. It's fucking so bad. And I don't know, man. Joe, I think this three-way will be a solid match. These three guys can all work good matches. If MJF's in it, I would do that. I would put MJF in it. Fuck it. Make it a four-way. Try and like No Way Out. Is that the right event? No Way Out 2000. What was the one? Armageddon, rather. Armageddon Hell in a Cell, where it was like they got the 6 characters, but they really built that strong, where it was like Kurt Angle, Rikishi. I mean, regardless of what you thought about the Rikishi storyline and Triple H aligning with Rikishi, that was all fucking pretty shitty, Like, let's be honest, but they were all top guys, other than Rikishi. They were trying to kind of build him up. That's why they had him falling off the cell and being the one to run over Stone Cold. Like, they were really trying to push him. And but yeah, like, I'm okay with it. I'm okay if they have sort of a 4-way, whatever the fuck, but I feel it's like, okay, MJF's movie time is done. So now he's going to come back. And then Samoa Joe's movie time's coming up. So he's going to leave. And then MJF will be around till his next movie time comes up. You guys get what I'm saying? Like, this is the pattern we're in. And then there's Hangman and Swerve to just be there. And then Mox. And it's like, I don't know. None of these guys other than Joe really has been a proven commodity on this fucking show. Maybe MJF. I don't know, though. Like, did MJF Adam Cole and all that shit? Maybe. That's like what All In was. And they built that whole devil thing very poorly. And then the payoff was terrible and predictable. And this is all terrible and predictable. And Tony Khan fucked up. Like, he had on a taped show, and maybe it's not a taped show. Like, maybe this boosts the ratings because people are like, oh shit, MJF's back. Spoiler, guys. So I told you guys we were going to talk about it. So spoiler, but like MJF at the taping, I'm sure I bookmarked it. I must have. How did I not? Spoiler alert. I didn't bookmark it, but MJF like fucking comes back and whatever the fuck, or at least that's what was floating around on Twitter. Let me just look. I swear he's got a new haircut and shit. I saw it briefly. Maybe that's why I didn't bookmark it, because I didn't give it the correct. Yeah, so he returns and signs the contract for the title match at World's End by cashing in his contract. So here, like, we'll fucking I spoiled it. Spoiler alert.
About to handle all my family business. December 27th, Chicago, Illinois, World's End. I get back what is rightfully mine. My Triple B, my AEW World Championship. Do all you folks happen to know why?
So yeah, it is a 4-way. Okay, see, I didn't see this whole promo. I just saw like he was back. I just saw like a picture of him in the ring or whatever. And so yeah, they're going right into that. I mean, that's cool, I guess. It's just that, and maybe people will tune in, but it's like they brought him back in front of this 10K crowd, and it's a taped show, and this show isn't live. Like their biggest, and I get it, like it's earlier in the day, but Tony's moved the time earlier in the day a bunch of times. Like at this point, man, I would just be a YouTube show. I don't even understand what the fuck he's doing. This would like, maybe it'll get numbers because it's like a promotion. Oh shit, MJF's here. So maybe people will tune in. I'll stay optimistic again. And I mean, a 4-way, whatever, that's cool. It's just going to be no DQ hardcore. It's just their excuse in AW to do a bunch of hardcore bullshit. But I don't know. This just feels very like, okay, put it on MJF. Okay, he's gone to make a movie and Joe's not quite ready to come back. Quick, here's Swerve again. And then Joe's back, do him again until like there's just no real ideas, stories. There's no like long-term plan. There's no making anybody new. Like Swerve is the only guy. I'd say Swerve and Tony Storm and MJF have been elevated by being in AEW. But they all also, it's not like they wouldn't have been elevated if they went to WWE or stayed in WWE either. Do you know what I mean? But I think Tony Storm's like better off now than she was, and then Swerve as well. But it's not like they made Swerve into the star. Like it was because he came from WWE and he's doing the gimmick that he got in WWE that people say isn't even like his real personality type and shit. It's like sort of a gimmick he put on that AJ Francis kind of gave him, So I don't know, man. I'm not here to bury all this, but it's just, again, it's just more of the same. Let's finish this promo here. My friend JJ Alexander is joining me on this show here this lovely evening. JJ.
Yo.
What's good, buddy? Did you see this MJF is back?
I have not. I figured it was going to be soon that he would be showing up.
Well, the Dynamite Diamond Ring, he has to win it. It's his thing.
It's because my name is Maxwell Jacob Friedman, and I'm better than you, and you know it.
And the problem with MJF is he's just like, I'm a baby face, I'm a heel, I'm leaning. Now he's always a piece of shit, but he just flip-flops like Big Show. All of a sudden you're an asshole. All of a sudden you're like leaning into the fans. All of a sudden you're like it's so many flip-flops. I think he needs to get out of AEW soon. But like, does WWE even take the guy? Where do they even see him? Put him in an NXT? Like, do they even see him as main roster caliber? I think they would.
Yeah.
Put him up there. I think MJF's like a dagger. I think that's why they'd be like, he's main roster. What do you think?
They would put him in NXT for a cup of coffee, just like they're doing with Ricky, just like they're doing with Mariah May. They'll put him down there just to make sure he's got everything they need before they just slap him right on the main roster. And it's gonna be like the Joe Hendry deal where he's in NXT, but he's getting main roster pay because we know that it's just a foregone conclusion, and he's one of Cody's guys, so he's gonna end up on the main roster. They need to make sure he has broken all of the bad habits he's accrued over the past 6 years in this fucking company. I've always been a proponent of Max. Max started around here. I remember back when he was wrestling around here, when he was still Maxwell Jacob Feinstein.
Yeah, dude.
Back before he realized that was the name of a PDF file around here.
Yeah,
so
dude.
So he had to change it. But I've always been a proponent of him, and I was hoping he didn't re-sign back in 2023. And unfortunately he did, and I'm hoping it was only for 3 years, and he can get the fuck out of there in 2026 because there's nothing more for him to do there. And he's just going to flounder, and he really needs to broaden his horizons because he's a great promo and he's good at getting heel heat, but he also needs to broaden his method of getting heat. You need to be able to rely more on just shock factor.
Well, what you're saying right there, I was just going to ask, do you think he could still do it in WWE, not being able to rely on that shit as much?
Absolutely, because I saw him do that early on, like before MLW. I saw him be able to cut promos where he didn't have to rely on like the low hanging fruit stuff, and he could still cut a hell of a promo. And he has a natural presence on camera.
Yeah, dude, he was going to be a star no matter where he went, you know?
Right.
Yeah, so I'm down with MJF. I'd like to see him in WWE as well. I'm gonna say this. I think in 2027, and I'll hit an X-Files. I think in 2027, we'll be talking about, in the dirt sheets, we'll be talking about MJF in AEW or in WWE next year, or there's deals coming up or whatever, and there'll be a bunch of rumors flying around about it.
I think
and that whole
I think he'll be signing by this time next year.
You think next year he'll be gone? I think 27. We'll all be
I think end of 2026 he's going to pop up.
Oh, that'd be amazing. Yeah, like end of 26, you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm saying like in early 27, we'll be like, oh shit. So that's my prediction. I'm not going to do that. That doesn't count as one of my Christmas predictions this year, end of the year predictions, because that's a 27 prediction for me. But yeah, I'm throwing that out there. I think by 27, we'll be talking about this motherfucker's going over. And and it's going to be crazy when Jericho, I think will be in WWE for like 2-3 years. I bet they sign him to like 2 years minimum. So we could see like MJF Jericho in WWE, which I think I could totally see Triple H being petty enough to do some shit like that, you know, because MJF is a dagger. That's why I don't think he'll go too long to NXT, because he's a guy that is like, that's like fucking, you know, Cody Rhodes, Punk, Jericho, even Jade Cargill to an extent, because that was somebody that Tony Khan booked and she was like 70-0, and it's like, okay, like she's not the greatest wrestler, but what are you gonna do with her? And then he just completely botched her leaving the company, you know, because he just didn't really have a plan. That's all. It's just the proof. He didn't really have a plan. Same with people talk about Sting's retirement. He just didn't have a fucking plan for Sting's retirement. Right. And so Jade, Punk, Rhodes, and then Jericho, even because he helped start AEW, MJF, one of their pillars, like the one guy that people are like, okay, he is a pillar.
Yeah.
You could argue he's a pillar. I don't know about Guevara and these other guys, but fucking MJF, you could argue, okay, he is one of their pillars. He's one of their main, like, young guys that, you know, he's an AEW guy. You think MJF, you think AEW. Yeah. And I think he's just another, like, a knife to Tony. Like, I know Tony Khan's like, I love Jericho and whatever he wants to do, but that's a knife in his stomach that Jericho's going there, dude. Going back there for a little bit. And then he'll go back to AEW. He will. But he's going to go back. I think Jericho, man, he'll go back to AEW. He'll just go to WWE.
I think by the time he's ready to, there ain't going to be an AEW to go back to.
Yeah, well, unless that's the case. But as long as Tony's hiring people for some wrestling something, Jericho will always have a job as long as he... And Jericho can spin it like, Tony, trust me, it'll bring more heat back to AEW when I come back. Yeah. You know, like you can just pitch it to Tone like that and he'll listen. I guarantee. What do you think of the 4-way at World's End?
It's a 4-way now?
Yeah, it's a 4-way. So it's MJF, Hangman, Swerve, and Joe.
Is
that not right?
It's played out. I think this is going to be, I remember a friend of ours saying something to the effect of something that should have happened a while back, where I think this is where we get the quote unquote swerve, especially because Lashley is legit hurt, where the Syndicate helps MJF win the belt.
Yeah, it sucks that Lashley's legit hurt, because he's the guy where I'm like, they need to push him into that world title picture. And speaking of which, according to Fightful Select, Bobby Lashley is legitimately injured. It was said he's going to miss quite a bit of time. So that is incredibly unfortunate, because it's not like Tony Khan's going to push Shelton Benjamin or whatever. So it would be nice if Lashley could be in that world title picture when he comes back from injury. Tony Khan, make a big deal out of it and have him spear whoever the world champion is and fucking set up a title match, dude. Jesus Christ. Get someone over. Speaking of getting over, the Hurt Syndicate thinks he's getting over with the sickos here. MVP, that is. And he says Tony Khan is just a better person all around than Triple H. And he says, I'm grateful to Tony Khan for giving the Hurt Syndicate an opportunity to come across the street and finish our run, finish our story, because I don't think there's anybody that would disagree that Hurt Business was disbanded way too soon. And we were never given an actual explanation for why. Tony has his vision that he wants, but he works with the talent and allows a lot more input from the talent into what creative path is going to happen. Whereas the Nose, he calls him the Nose. The Nose, Triple H has a little bit more dictatorial emphasis on dick. So he's got all these puns. I'm over here now. His nose is like a penis. Am I right? Am I right, fellas? Go. So this is what we're doing. This is how it's going to be, and this is what I want. With Tony, he might say, this is what I want, and you can say, okay, Tony, but what if we put this on it? And Tony invites that input. Yeah, dude, here's the thing. I think that too much of that, MVP, I think that too much of that is bad for pro wrestling. And you need the end-all, be-all. The buck stops with this person who puts the final stamp. And everyone will say, well, Tony does put the final stamp. Yeah, but if he's easily persuaded, there has to be a vision. Now, I get it. Like, wrestlers, they have to have a large degree, especially when they're at like an indie level and on the come up. Like, you have to have a large degree of like fucking coming up with your own characters and learning how to be yourself and do promos and all of that sort of shit. But at the same time, like, how many bad ideas has Vince Russo had? Vince McMahon was that filter. We've come to learn even Chris Jericho. Everybody says he's a notorious pitcher and fucking politician backstage. And obviously he had a filter in WWE because all the shit he did in AEW, it got memeable. And I'm not saying that, like, I'm not saying one way's better, the other way's better, whatever the fuck. But I just think that there's got to be one person that the buck stops with that has the vision in mind. Now, I agree that the Hurt Business could have went along longer than it did in WWE. I'd have liked to see more of it. But at the same time, like, them being at the age they're at, and like, is Lashley again moving the needle for what they were paying him? They were paying him like Vince McMahon money type shit, you know? And I get that MVP has like this fucking hate boner for Triple H because Triple H was like shitty to him when they were all talents together and shit. But I don't know, man. Like, the Tony Khan glaze, like, they all just re-signed. So MVP and them are going to retire there. They're in their 50s and shit. So they're just going to make the best of it. It's the same with FTR. They've accepted that they're just going to retire in AEW. So they got to fucking make the best of this shit. And so once that happens, you just start like, and I'm not saying Tony Khan's not a good guy or doesn't do what MVP's saying, but clearly you can just sway Tony Khan and fucking, you can just, like, people do what they want a little too much. It's a little too much of what everyone wants to do with their own shit. It feels directionless at times, or it feels like a bunch of horses trying to pull a wagon, but instead of being all, you know, strapped up together, leading the fucking wagon, they're all got one strap and pulling it in different directions, if that's a good analogy. I don't know. But yeah, MVP overall, he just hates Triple H, and he's going to put over Tony Khan because Tony's paying them more money than like WWE would, unfortunately, to just retire there and not really do much for them. You know, like, other than Lashley, I mean, Lashley's good to go, and I'm not shitting on Shelton Benjamin or MVP or anything like that, but like, even Lashley, he was getting paid a shitload for what they were using him, and he doesn't draw the way like a Brock does. And he was more of a Vince guy, and he's like in his 50s. So people complain about everything so old. I mean, what are you going to do when he's in his fucking 50s? And then Tony Khan is just sitting on him as well. So for anybody who complains about like Bobby Lashley Well, what is he doing in AEW? He's like a mid-lower trios guy now. He's not even a fucking like in WWE, he was at least still being presented as like in and around the top, the tippy top. So it is what it is, and I truly, in my heart of hearts, don't believe that MVP and Lashley want to be in the trios division right now either. Okay,
MVP just wants to be a manager and collect the big. So I think he was trying to get a third person to come in to replace to fill that Cedric spot, because obviously Cedric's never going to go there. But I mean, who's to say that that's not going to happen still? And a couple of months down the line, when Lashley's healed up, you're going to see Kevin Knight turn on Mike Bailey and join the Hurt Syndicate.
Oh, that could be cool. Speaking of turned on, Mercedes Monea beat Rio. I don't know. I don't know. Come on, guys. No?
Sometimes in life, you got to be a hoe.
Beats Rio at Thurscast at today's Rev Pro Uprising show to retain her undisputed British Discovery Wrestling Scottish EWA Women's Championships. Mercedes.
How the fuck long is that name? Jeez.
It's 3 titles or whatever. Like, how do you pick which 3 to defend? That's what I don't know. And Mercedes successfully defended 4 of her titles in the same match. And the undisputed British Championship is actually the amalgamation of 2 titles. It's like the Continental title or whatever in AEW. So it's actually, I think, 5 belts if we're going to be technical here.
Oh, my God.
I might be off on that, but someone can but I'm pretty sure the undisputed British title is when you hold it's like the Rev Pro women's title and the women's Commonwealth title or some shit. I can't remember, but
it's the UK indie version of the Super J Crown or some shit.
It's like essentially that, so I don't know, man. And they have this Holiday Bash 3-hour special. No one gets intros. They just jam-packed it full of so much wrestling that Moxley's just in the ring with Roderick Strong.
Bruh, like
it's just
part of going to a damn show is the entrances. It's about
terrible. So, speaking of terrible, we have some Tony Khan action. We have some Netflix action. We have this show, though, that we said started out with Moxley on it, and it's Holiday Bash. It's a 3-hour show, and they have 10,000. They have 11,000 people there. So good for them, man. It's a draw, but it was a taped show. Yeah, exactly. They're in the UK, but it's still not to diminish it. But it's just like they're in the UK. They should do shows there. They should have taped like a month's worth of Dynamites. They should have taped 2 here and then 2 another day. And then, you know what I mean? Like, why not have these big draws and have the energy? You tape this show and it came out early or it was taped early and then the results came out early. Like, it's not going to affect AEW's viewership much. Why not just tape a bunch of shows here? Do you think that would be a good strategy for AEW to save money and also like have hot crowds? Like if they did a 4-hour Dynamite, 2 tape shows, and then a 4-hour Dynamite, like, on tomorrow, 2 tape shows, is that really going to hurt them? A month's worth of TV, JJ?
A month's worth, I think I would have definitely had them tape at least 2. I would have had them tape 2 weeks of Dynamite with Collision / ROH peppered in. The problem is you're going to burn out the crowd if they're sitting there long. Like I would have done it, like booked that arena for 2 nights, done done the tape Dynamite for this week with the tape Collision for this week, and then the next night done the tape Dynamite and Collision for the following week. The problem is Tony is of the idea that he's going to lose viewers if he's not live, and also it would require him to actually sit and think out 2 weeks of TV in one sitting, which his Adderall / snow brain cannot handle in a single sitting. He needs to sit there week to week. He doesn't know how to book long term, and because he has the mind of an indie EFED booker, and it clearly shows. So he wouldn't be able to keep his brain focused on booking a block where he wouldn't forget something or shit like that. It would end up falling apart, and he would have a meltdown.
I'm gonna put something over huge here that Dynamite just did. They had Renee Paquette pipe in during commentary there at the beginning to read off some stats and do a little Megan O'Leary / Doris Burke. If you're an NBA fan, you know, she pops in on commentary and just gives a little rundown. They're 1-1 and this whatever. They do that during the entrances with Megan O'Leary in the UFC. Huge sports-based, fucking super-based A+ move for me. That actually ruled. I love that. That was awesome shit. So moving along here with this show and surrounding this show in their time in the UK, Tony Khan brought back AEW Dark stocking stuffer. And it's because these shows will be like getting coal on Christmas.
Yep.
Thank you, guys. I'll be here all night. Hit the like button. So AEW Dark comes back, and it aired on YouTube yesterday, I believe. Time Cop. And it was some dark matches. Now he's only doing it for this one-time situation, and it's like, it's cool. But again, this could have been ROH or Collision or whatever for the next couple weeks and shit, you know? It's not like he's bringing Dark back for good. And if he does bring Dark back for good, awesome. And he gives like Stephen Borden matches on there. I'm all for it. I'm here for it, Eric. But just to do this like a one and done because you're in the UK or whatever, it just seems so like last minute and spurgy. Are you with me on that? Like, it just
absolutely.
Yeah, like it's just like an autistic thing to just do this out of nowhere. Like, dude, focus, lock in. Like, is this a long term?
He's doing it to pop the crowd, and he's doing it to he's doing it to test the waters to see, because everybody knows that ROH is fucking like dying and dying upon the phone. No one is paying for honor. No one is paying for Honor Club, and the only time anyone watches anything ROH oriented is when they fuck up and have to throw it on the YouTube channel. So he's gauging, like, maybe it's time for ROH to just, maybe it's time for Honor Club to just turn into a YouTube channel. And
YouTube, all you do is do YouTube tone, and then you give it to like members early or something, and then you just have like a flat membership rate or something like that. Like, you just figure it out, man. There's ways to do this. I think streaming would be the way. It becomes an internet fed, and then I know that people are like, well, that's going backwards, but he's not making plays at the TV long game the way it looks, so I don't know what else you want.
He's gauging it because he sees that companies like JCW and MLW are actually doing kind of okay on YouTube and selling ad space on their YouTube shows. So he's thinking, like, if I start dipping my foot in the water now and testing it, if shit goes south with this Warner Brothers deal and they pull the rug out from under me, what can I do about trying to do it on YouTube before he ultimately says, I'm done with this and I don't want to play anymore?
Dude, it would be sick if he brought Dark back. And we don't need Dark and Dark Elevation, just Dark. Like, I'm just 3 or 4 Dark matches just on YouTube.
3 or 4 is one thing, but like Dark and Dark Elevation were like 2 hours.
I know.
Of nonsense.
I know. It was crazy when he added Dark Elevation. I was like, whoa, what are we doing? Or like, okay, split the brands though. Like, make one show called Elevation, one show Dark, and then make those like your NXT type shits. But Tony Khan doesn't believe in having like, well, I mean, ROH is kind of a developmental thing, but at the same time, that's not the purpose for it. It's just Tony keeping it alive because he bought it, because he just didn't want the Fed to have it. And like Samoa Joe is a big part. I think Samoa Joe came over to AEW, and I think Joe didn't think Triple H and them, because that was a messy time where like Vince, like a bunch of people got released. People thought Vince was like usurping power over the Fed. And then it all kind of backfired, and Triple H took over creative. Like, Triple H had creative for a little bit, and then he lost it, and then he like has creative again. It was just a weird time, and a lot of people went over to AEW because that was the only option, realistically, and especially for a lot of these guys. And Joe it during that time was helping WWE at least get the ROH tape library. And he was helping like negotiate all that. And then he came over, and then all of a sudden Tony Khan owns ROH, and then Joe came over, whichever happened. But it was like Tony Khan owns ROH, then Joe comes over, or Joe came
Tony
over.
Khan
and then
paid
ROH.
way too much for ROH. And,
Oh, he did. But it is what it is, man. It is what it is. And then people like Gresham came in and were like, Gresham was like, Tony Khan, you're a clown. I quit.
Dude, Gresham got so screwed. I was at.
I love Gresham.
I love John too. I was at the TNA pay-per-view in Poughkeepsie, the one where Josh Alexander finally won the title against Moose. Gresham was supposed to have a match on that show, and Tony fucking pulled him like literally 5 minutes before doors opened. I was in the parking garage, and I witnessed Gresham walking back to his truck all pissed off with his freaking gear bag and shit because he had just gotten the phone call and Tony Khan said, yeah, no, I'm pulling you from the fucking show. And
so did Tony get on the phone with him though? Do you think? Or did he get someone else? I bet Tony got someone else to call for him.
I think Tony texted him, and then he tried calling someone, and I think he like ended up getting like Mega on the phone or some shit. But he was
didn't Gresham like say to Tony Khan and shit like, yeah, like wasn't there rumors the dirt sheets were like they got into like a verbal altercation or whatever, like Gresham had some words for Tone, and then he dropped the title to Claudio, then he left or whatever.
Yeah, he had to drop the title to Claudio in the opening fucking match of the next ROH show, which made no sense.
I remember that, dude.
Yeah. And so and here I'm glad you brought that up, because I know for a long time people talked mad shit about Gresham because of the verbal altercation. Like everyone was because here's the reason. This is what everyone focuses on, and I was privy to the context that people, because they keep saying about how during the argument Gresham brought up his ranking in the PWI 500 that year, and people are like, oh yeah, blah blah blah. And yes, he mentioned it. The context of it was he was arguing with Tony, and he said, you're the one that's so hard, that has a giant hard on for the PWI 500. I'm number 19 on the list, but apparently I don't matter.
Oh, cooked him.
Yeah,
he
exactly.
Pretty much just said,
right, exactly. It wasn't, oh my God, this is my. He was like, no, you're the one that put stock in this stupid fucking magazine. Well, here I am ranked above all this other shit in your eyes, but now I'm not good enough. Why? Because I'm black.
Oh shit, dude. And there was a lot of shit like that being thrown around back then too, as far as Tony Khan and like so Gresham though goes on to TNA, and then he does the octopus for a bit, then he dropped that gimmick. But man, where he was black, so he's Gresham, but then he's like blacking out and showing up as like this squid guy who like spits ink on his hand
stuff in ROH too.
Well, that fucking ruled, dude. And then they dropped that. And then now Gresham, I don't know, man. I hope he ends up in WWE as like a fucking coach. He needs to be teaching the next generation. He had
a mild he had a mild stroke or something recently.
Recently, but he's back. I think he made his in-ring
return. He's doing all right. He's doing all right.
Anyways, we got off on a tangent because Gresham rules, dude. I say it all the time. Like, he's a guy who I know he's little. A lot of people write him off because he's little, but it's like, he's a guy who makes it work, and he makes it work. Like, he twists you up, and he does a little bit of flippy shit. He can do it. Like, he doesn't do flippy shit, but he'll do like I don't know. It's like kind of a blend of like lucha and like super technical shit, but not lucha primarily. What I mean is like he can flip off the fucking rope if he has to, or like hop the top rope and double stomp a fucking ankle, and then he ties you up into some shit, you know? So
people always give him shit because of his height, but like he's built like a brick shit house. Like every time I see Gresham, like for the comic book nerd in me, when I would see Gresham, I would think of Puck from Alpha Flight. Like that's you know, I always thought that was fucking great.
Yeah, he's a little ball of muscle. So anyways, though, Tony Khan, it was just his idea to bring the stocking stuffer back. So the coal in your stocking this year, you got the grizzled young veterans with like, so did they add someone to the grizzled young veterans? I don't understand who this is. Versus Nathan Cruz, and the grizzled young veterans versus the Death Riders.
Yay.
So I guess this happened yesterday. I don't know the results. Then you had Roderick Strong, Orange Cassidy, and Mascara Dorada versus Mark Andrews, so Mandrews, Kid Lycos 1, and Kid Lycos 2. And one of the Kid Lycoses is in a mask. I don't know, man.
Yeah.
And then you got Marina Shafir versus Isla Dawn. Again, not using Isla Dawn.
My poor girl. Oh.
Not using Isla fucking Dawn. Now, you know Isla. There was rumors that there was a bit of heat on her when she went to AEW, like right off the rip. And I was like, how? How could that even be possible?
No, there wasn't any heat on her. Her contract came up, so she didn't have the 90-day, and she went to go make her money. No, she worked a convention around here. My close friend of mine was actually the one who picked her up at the airport and basically was her handler for the day, and like utter fucking sweetheart. Super nice. I've never met anyone that's had a bad thing to say about her.
Yeah, so, and her character on fucking WWE, her and Alba, I loved so much. I thought they could have did so much more with it, and I don't know, for some reason it didn't work out, but she's in AEW/ROH, and if it's me, I'm building her up. I'm slowly like giving her vignettes and building her up into, I don't know what yet, but there's an opportunity with her. And I just don't think they're going to do that again. Tony just looks at people as match merchants.
Yep.
She's just wrestling Marina Shafir, and it's like Isla Dawn's way more. She can wrestle well, of course, but she's way more than that.
Right.
You know, she just knows how to operate. It's the way she carries herself at a high level. There's certain wrestlers who they might not be the biggest draw. They might not be the biggest star. They might not be the greatest technical wrestler in the world, but it's like Chelsea Green where they just get it. Isla gets it, man. And that's where they need to capitalize on her. But instead, you're on Dark in the UK because you're from the UK, I think. Right?
Irish.
Like that's what it is, dude. So
and here's the other thing. So look at that. So those are the matches announced for AEW Dark. Now, if you remember, Dark was always contracted talent against local enhancement guys in way too long matches. This is all people who are under contract. So it's not even AEW Dark. It's literally ROH.
Yeah. No, you're right. It's just ROH or whatever. That's spot on. That's a spot on analysis because it's like realistically, you got Moxley and the Death Riders. I'm supposed to believe they're like your top big bad heels and shit right now, you know, Yuta and fucking Garcia. But so we have some announcements. We have some cringe, guys. Make sure you check out patreon.com/ProWrestleTimes. And there's a bunch of content on there. Me and JJ were watching Botchamania and shit. Make sure you check out the Full Circle Radio Network as well, and subscribe to my guy JJ Alexander on X and all the, or on YouTube and all that good shit.
Yeah.
And quickly, I just want to check in with chat. I see I got a super chat here. Andrew Wright 111075 for 2 says Mariah May is just a pretty girl who gigs. Damn. Well, we're gonna get into Mariah May in a bit. A pretty girl who gigs. I don't think I think she's more than that, but unfortunately WWE kind of chose to go the same route as AEW with her pretty quickly. Although they didn't leave her in a bloodbath, but she's been in like that hardcore thing right off the rip. And I get they're just trying to show that side of her, but thank you so much, Andrew.
That was also like a culmination of a blood feud. So it was okay that it happened.
Yeah, you're right. AEW is where you go to get the Cena walk without Cena status, and now Roddy turns the Boston Crab around. Yeah, this match, I mean, it is what it is. I mean, I'm watching it while we're chit-chatting here. Isla Dawn and Alba were queens, yes, because AEW. Okay, let's get back into it. Guys, check out patreon.com/ProWrestleTimes and subscribe to the Full Circle Radio Network.
Yeah.
Hit like and subscribe and all that good shit. So there were some announcements made, okay, about international shows and whatnot. And AEW Wrestle Dynasty, April 12th, will be in Vancouver, bud. Vancouver, BC there, buddy. So what do you guys think about that? Let me know in chat and the comments below. JJ, what do you think about that? I'll save my thoughts for last because I'm a Canuck there, bud.
It's just it's another stab at trying to pop a house, because even their pay-per-views aren't like getting as many people in the US. So yeah, and you figured they already saturated the Montreal, Toronto areas. So yeah, they're just going to go out to Vancouver, because they know that Vancouver is a big enough metropolitan area where if they don't sell enough seats, there's a lot of places to hand out comps.
That's exactly it. That's exactly right. And even if they draw there, good for them. Like, they haven't been over there. But the thing is like Canada there, buddy, when AEW goes to Toronto, let's say, a bunch of the diehards who live in Vancouver are just going to like go to Toronto. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's most likely what's going to happen. Not everybody, obviously. And I'm down with them headed out that way, but as far as like them breaking some attendance gator, like I bet it'll be a decent house, like 15,000 or something, but I'm not sure if they're gonna do like 20, 25, 30 or anything like that. I don't know about
like 11.
Like 11, damn. And yeah, I think they're gonna comp a bunch. I think we're gonna hear about a lot of comps coming off this show. And I'll let you guys know about that. But also, speaking of Canada there, bud, Dynamite and Collision are going to be in Winnipeg, Manitoba there, buddy. So do you think April Fools, Dynamite Collision in Winnipeg, Jericho shows up? I'm throwing that conspiracy out there. I don't know if anybody's thought of that before you, boy Phil, but what do you think?
If he doesn't show up in Saudi, yeah.
So if he doesn't show up in Saudi first at the Rumble.
Yeah.
Well, I have word that Jericho's showing up here right now.
Oh God, no.
I look and see it's not just me. So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spent our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Let it get wild. Yay!
It's crazy. It's crazy how this happens. It's crazy how that happens every time. He's like Joe Hendry in a way. So moving along here, Warner Bros. All of this news came out about WBD and Netflix and Paramount as of late over the last couple of months. And there's a big battle for who's going to take WBD, and WBD is going to be split into WB, and then D Plus. Discovery Plus is going to be its own thing. And where does AEW lie? They'll likely stay on HBO Max, but if Netflix does the deal with WB, then they're going to do the theaters less, which here's the thing. People got to understand something though. The Warner Bros. Has had success in the box office recently. So like Netflix will still put movies in the theaters.
Right.
But it just won't be as many movies in the theaters, which, again,
right.
I love the theater. You and I have talked about this on my other channel, Phil Marks out there, JJ. Like, we love the theater, but also people aren't going. Like, people are being more selective. So do you need more theater movies? Like, unless the theaters lower their fucking prices and shit, it's not like people are just going to the theater. Like, when I was younger, dude, you'd go catch 2 flicks in a day sometimes.
Right.
You know, my grandmother would tell me stories where you'd go to the theater, double feature, and then they just play the same 2 on repeat, and you'd watch it like fucking 4 times in a day. You'd watch the same 2 movies. That's just what you do. Just go hang out at the cinema. So I'm
pay
all
your 25 cents, and you just sit there and watch
Yes.
the whole thing, and the newsreels, and the Mickey Mouse cartoon. Yeah,
I'm going to see Christmas Vacation in the theater coming up here, just because, you know, at an old fucking theater that plays throwbacks or whatever, just because I love the theater that much. But there's not, they'll just release less Warner Bros. Shit. But the gangbuster movies you want to see, they're going to
DC stuff will still be in the theater.
they're still going to go to theaters and stuff, and they'll just be less shit. Now, does that mean Netflix will have the opportunity to pump out more fucking like sloppy shit Batman stuff and things like, yes, that potential of that is there. The potential for that to happen is there. I think a show just came out on Paramount with Batman called like the Bat Family or something, and people are shitting all over that. Apparently it looks like shit. And they're saying it's bad, so I don't know. But Paramount's like, we promise we'll keep more movies in the theaters and stuff, which I think they would. But again, what's to stop them from fucking... There's no guarantee. Like, this whole streaming thing has fucked everything up. So either way, though, you know, people are like worried that Netflix, there's going to mean less jobs for Hollywood that aren't under the thumb of Netflix and whatnot. And it's going to be bad for the movie business, all of that. As far as wrestling fans are concerned, we're just like, okay, so Netflix won't keep AEW streaming on anything, and they don't want any part of TNT or TBS. And so that's like Dynamite apparently is where we're led to believe that Dynamite being on streaming and TBS/TNT or Dynamite and Collision, that is like the paramount value for AEW, right? That's what they're saying. Like, Dave Meltzer has sat here and been like, oh, they're making all this money, hand over fist, 185 million, 500 billion views on Max. Like, so what we're led to believe is the pay-per-view and the TV and the streaming and the simulcast is like their paramount value in AEW, and the attendances, don't worry about all that other shit that we can see that's palatable. Don't worry about that. Just this invisible shit we're making up is their paramount value, or that we have to like flip flop on and shit to try and get over like the ratings and key demos and whatnot. So let's just go based off that. Okay. So now that is what's going to be in jeopardy. Are they streaming? Are they simulcast? TBS and TNT might go away. What do they call their titles? They have titles named after these things that might not exist. Do they just get sent off to the Discovery Plus company that in some way, like, I don't know if they can like their TV deal will stay in place, but it might be in jeopardy. Even people smarter than me might be like, no, it's not, because if Netflix buys it, then there's no whatever the fuck. So what we find out is that Warner Bros. Are planning to reject Paramount's latest offer. They are going with Netflix, and they want to get this done before Christmas. It is Christmas, okay? This weekend, Hollywood's shutting down, baby. So these people are trying to, you know, cross their T's, dot their I's. They're trying to go home and not worry about this shit. And they want to go home with fucking money in the bank, laughing with billions in the bank and shit, or whatever's going on, right? So Paramount, I guess, they are getting rejected. Now, if you listen to people like Niccolo Piccolo, this is all by design. This whole like Paramount Netflix bidding war and whatever, it's already been written in the stone what was going to happen with this whole thing. Whatever. Okay, I'm just trying to paint the full spectrum, the full picture, because I think this is one of the last times we're going to be talking about this for the foreseeable future, at least until the new year, right? So they see WBD sees their existing agreement with Netflix as offering greater value, certainty, and terms. So we move along here. And WBD board's letter, this is thirsty then, so he says WBD board's letter to shareholders rejecting Paramount's Skydance bid. The terms of the Netflix merger are superior. P-Sky has consistently misled WBD shareholders that its proposed transaction has a full backstop from the Ellison family. It does not, and it never has. So yeah, I'm not gonna read all this bullshit, but whatever he said. And then Warner Bros. Has officially asked shareholders to reject Paramount's hostile takeover bid. They say that Netflix's deal is better for customers, while the WB board favors Netflix. Shareholders can still vote in favor of Paramount's deal. This is via the AP. And so it looks like it's over. It's finished.
Yep.
So we get this as well. Emails were sent out previously because Netflix was certain. We read what those emails said. But in this regard, Netflix and WB, like, they have a poster made already defining the next century of storytelling together. And look at what they're doing now. It's so like member berry It's so member berry-ish. It's so, I don't know what the word is, but like it's something South Park would make fun of. Like, look, now you get Harry Potter and Elle. Now imagine if Harry Potter and Elle cross over in a movie.
One day.
Yeah, dude. Oh man, it's like, how the fuck? It's just funny. It's like, yeah, we're gonna see. You can watch Harry Potter in the same place. You can click on to watch Stranger Things. Like, that's a selling point, and it kind of is. Let's be honest, it fucking is, dude. Like, I want it. Like, listen, a monopoly. Oh, that sucks, but like,
but it's not a monopoly.
Well, not only that, it's not a monopoly by any means, but it's like, I want to just click on one thing and watch all the shit, though. You know, like, as a consumer, right? People go, I don't care, I'm just a consumer. Well, as a consumer, it's like, I wish everything was just on one thing you could click on to watch it. I don't need 14 things to I don't want to have 14 things to watch, like WWE, for instance. And that's why I click the NordVPN link below and get Canadian Netflix and Canadian YouTube, and WWE's all just right there, folks. Special link, 75% off, 3 months free as well. If you use the link below, it's the holiday deal. But yeah, as far as this is concerned, man, it's funny, like, how they're promoting Elle and Harry Potter and that, like, you gotta love it. What are they gonna do? Make a Christmas movie where Daniel Radcliffe and Elle are, or actually, no, that's gross. He's like way older. But listen, this is all I'm getting at, okay? As far as AEW is concerned, they ain't a part of none of this shit. No one cares. It's not like there's Monday Night Raw just beat Diddy's show. We're gonna talk about that in a bit. And everyone's like, oh shit. And it's like, AEW is going to be, if they keep HBO Max as a thing, or do they just go, well, because HBO Max, so let me get this straight. HBO Max isn't going with the Discovery Plus part. It'll be with this that Netflix is buying, right? So they get HBO Max and Warner Bros. And all the DC stuff, like DC Studios and all that shit.
Right. So what's going to happen is the HBO series that are really big, like John Oliver, Welcome to Derry, all that stuff, will just be available on Netflix once they consolidate the platforms. Everything AEW, all the Food Network stuff, Food Network, and all that stuff, that'll all get moved over to whatever streaming platform they decide to make. Now I think they're trying to relaunch Discovery Plus and have that be their deal, and all that's just going to go there. And the like older series that have been in the can forever are all going to depend on where they lie. Obviously, all the Game of Thrones stuff will go to Netflix, but stuff like Mad Men will probably revert back to AMC.
Yeah. That's crazy too, like all the Game of Thrones and shit like that. I mean, they'll have everything, and then all the DC stuff. Here's the thing, is that DC, I'm cool with all of that shit being in one spot, the way like Disney has all the Marvel shit. So I'm like, okay, I'm cool with that. And then we'll see what happens with the Gunverse. I'm sure they'll just leave it as it is and just test it out. But then like Lantern season 1 is going to be on HBO Max, but then it'll be on Netflix in season 2 if there's a season 2. Like, I don't really get it.
Everything will get transferred over to Netflix. HBO Max is going to get phased out.
I believe that too. So when people say AEW will still be on Max, or
no, it won't.
And then this is the other part though. Netflix wants nothing to do with TNT and TBS. So like that'll just be done. There'll be no like, oh, we're on cable and we're playing Christmas movies and Dynamite tonight. That won't be a thing. So AEW's fucked.
How hilarious
in the end
would
with
this
all
be?
of this?
How hilarious would this be if TNT and TBS like no longer are like call letters for stations, and instead, if AEW sticks around, their streaming has to go on Discovery Plus, and so then the TNT and TBS titles have to get their emblems changed. So now it's just a title belt with a giant D+ on it.
Oh no. Oh, dude, you thought that out way too, but it was worth it. The punchline's worth it, dude. A D+. Oh, man. Yeah, dude, it would be indicative. It would be very, very appropriate. And, it's just interesting to think, like, they could go to Amazon or something like that. people are saying, yeah, they'll just stream on Amazon.
They'd have to pay to be on Amazon, and that ain't gonna happen. The cons ain't gonna pay.
I just don't think Tony's willing to pay to do the shit. He wants to get money to do the shit.
Right.
Even if it's $100 million, he can justify it in his head. As long as it's like more than the roster is, he'll foot the bill. But the thing is, people are saying he's paying like $115 million a year for the roster alone and shit. So
sounds about right.
I just don't know if 185 million or whatever is that big of a deal. But yeah, it seems like it's locked in and a done deal. Ringside News poses the question that do you think AEW should start negotiating with other media partners now? Can they even legally do that? I don't think they even can. AEW streaming future in jeopardy. So I wonder if this means Netflix will own the 5% or whatever that Warner Bros. Is allegedly, according to Thurston, owns like about 5% of the company.
Because I think that went over to the when Warner Brothers split they split and all the movies went to one heading and all of the television stuff went under the different company heading. I think that 5% went over towards the television side.
So smart move on that front there for Tone. So Tone's just like, whatever, I'll end up on Discovery Plus. And then they're saying they're going to sell Discovery as well.
Yeah.
So like that'll be split off.
They're going to piecemeal it out.
Yeah. So who do they sell it to? Who bids on it? Disney or fucking Netflix again? Netflix goes, yeah, well, or no, because then it would have been bundled in with whatever's going on here. Or so who Paramount jumps on that or no? Like
I can see Paramount jumping on. I can see Paramount jumping on the True TV, all that stuff. Discovery, I think Disney would buy and just end up rolling it into their National Geographic stuff.
Oh, and then they could promote, dude, because that's kind of like it would be like the Elle and Harry Potter thing. Nat Geo and Discovery Plus team up, Super Ultimate Megazord Discovery History Channel. Right. Yeah,
and
man.
TNT and TBS could just go by the wayside. Like,
those are cooked.
The only other valuable thing under that umbrella is CNN, which will just turn into something else. I mean, look, MSNBC just got relabeled as MS Now. They're no longer affiliated with Universal, so.
CNN's toast, and then
they're not toast. They'll just become a different. They'll get bought by another company, or they'll get rolled at like maybe I don't know who could buy them, but someone will buy them because of their tenure.
But listen though, dude, what about like the websites like? And I don't even know if you have insight on this, but I'm just marking out right now in this conversation here because this is epic.
Yeah,
fucking websites like Bleacher Report, it's a subdivision, or it's like the TNT Sports operates the Bleacher Report side of things. Like what happens to websites like that? Discovery Plus. So let's say like Disney buys it and then they fucking own Bleacher Report now, or like that's crazy too, no?
They may. It like depends on how they piece it out.
Yeah. I just don't understand like what happens to all that shit too. But either
a whole
way,
lot
man,
of mergers and acquisition stuff. I hated that class in college.
Yeah, it can be boring, but it's interesting when you think about like how people just brush off this shit with AEW, and it's like, no, dude, now you guys are in a position where it's like, oh, this is all fine, even though it's not fine, and then now it's like, okay, AEW's got to make something happen. They've got to really improve in like ratings and shit like that, or else like whoever comes in and looks at the books, they're going to be like, what is this? Oh, we're in competition.
It's going to be AOL Time Warner all over again.
Yeah. And Paramount goes, oh, I was at Ari Emanuel's fucking Christmas party and we're best friends or whatever. Whoever's looking at, you know what I'm saying? Oh yeah. Fuck. And we just did a deal with UFC. Fuck this AEW thing, dude. Oh, they take shots at Nick Khan, who gives me a lovely Christmas gift every year or whatever the fuck, dude.
Right.
Like, someone's going to look at it and that's what's going to happen. It's going to be, like you said, it's going to be just, we don't want AEW anymore. The way WCW just wasn't wanted. They were like, we just don't want this wrestling shit anymore. So I fear that's what's going to happen. And that's sort of what Niccolo Piccolo said was going to happen. And I didn't think it could ever. I just thought rich man can always buy his way. Like Tony Khan will just pay and figure out. But I don't know. A lot of people are like, no, dude, the money, he can't just spend it all forever. Like rich people don't like losing money. That's why they're rich, you know?
Right.
Yeah. So I'm sort of leaning more that way now. So, ladies and gentlemen, speaking of Tony Khan,
am I gonna shoot him again?
he was here at the Ring of Honor presser, and Jeff Lane caught this on Vince Russo's The Brand. Oh, Phil Marks doesn't understand, bro. J.J. Alexander, let me tell you how I invented pro wrestling, you fucking Marks bros. So I think JJ, we're gonna watch JCW on, I think, Patreon, because I don't want them to snipe us. Maybe we'll try and do it on YouTube for the first one, but we're gonna watch JCW. Dude.
If you record it and then mirror, if you mirror it when you upload it, they don't strike you, because that's what Ring of the Hawk has been doing. And so yeah, so that's that's your way around it.
Okay, well, we'll shoot the shit on that a little more off air, and because they're talking about you guys got to watch JCW, and it's like,
I have been watching it.
Right, you've been watching it, and so I'm like, okay, let me dive in, fresh brained. Let me watch it and dissect it for the people in real time, so I don't have time to, like, just so I can just process it, tell you if it's cooking or not in the moment, like I've done with AAA, right? That's the way to kind of do it, and then you can give some, if I have any questions, you can answer them because right? So that will be awesome. So stay on the lookout for that. But Vince Russo's The Brand, bro. Enough of you, Marks. And over here, Jeff Lane has an Ash Ketchum hat on, bro. I invented Pokemon. I was at the first ever. I beat the Elite Four of wrestling, bro. Okay, but Tony Khan was here at the Ring of Honor press conference. This is just a quick clip of cringe, I believe.
What you did tonight almost cost you that pure championship.
Well, no. That was not a championship match. That would not have cost him the title. And I don't think you need to talk to him like this. First of all, he's a great wrestler.
Let's go.
It was not a championship match. That would not have cost him the title. And I don't think you need to talk to him like this. First of all, he's a great wrestler.
Oh, wait a minute.
Even Lee Moriarty's laughing at him. Dude.
This is gold, man. We've never seen him get involved in one of these. All right, now we're talking. Now we're taking the scrub to the next level.
What you did tonight.
Yeah, the one thing I will say is that Tony Khan hasn't, like, interjected himself storyline wise too egregiously, like in wrestling, which is one thing where, even though people say it's been done to death, all of the top guys like Vince, so like Cornette, they've all been involved in some way as like an on-screen talent or whatever. So I don't know if Tony should ever do that. He's way too awkward, but I like when he mixes it up and gets involved in the storylines too, because it's so bad every time,
Mm-hmm.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, Ichi Nissan Da all together now. That was AEW news.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
What's going on?
So, guys, there is like 300 watching across YouTube, and you hit retweet. Make sure you subscribe and to the channel Pro Wrestle Clips. I'm live on. And check out patreon.com/Pro Wrestle Times. And shout out all the new patrons, man. Appreciate you guys. And check out Full Circle Radio Network. I'm over there with JJ doing pods too. We've been doing some watch alongs of DP Dub, some old DP Dub, dude. I'm all about the DP Dub now, man. I'm all about it, man. We got to do more of those. But yeah, so. And this, the Elite are doing their thing. So they're having, the Elite match move, and it's like every trios move ever.
Right.
What do you think of this move thus far? This move? Yeah, it's just one long move. And like Omega did the "You Can't Escape," but he slipped. Did y'all see that? I've been watching as we're babbling here, but he did the move and he keeps slipping on it, where he does like the front roll into the springboard moonsault. He always slips on the front roll now, like every single time now. It's like, dude, pack that move in.
Yeah.
Like what? Yeah. So what do you think?
Balding young buck just gave fucking Chia Pet a fucking Canadian destroyer, and this match has been going for like 20 minutes.
Yeah, I think it's been going just a little too long. But at the same time, it's like, I don't know who gets over in this match. We're just getting Okada.
Yeah, here comes the Kenny and
might not
Okada are in the ring at the same time.
Yeah, but the problem is that, like, we've already seen this a bunch, and Omega doesn't have a lot of time left in pro wrestling, by the way it appears with his injuries and his body and shit. And so it's like people want to see him in there with, I think, like more fresh matches. Like, again, Omega versus Lashley is like a few in 2019, 2020, that's a dream WWE versus AEW match. Lashley versus Omega. I don't know, man. Samoa Joe's up there. I think Omega should be in that picture, but again, I think he's a turnoff for so many people, and that he just doesn't care. He's happy to just be the elite all the time and do the same shit, because in Nugent on the indies and shit, man, you can get away with that, like it's not week to week to week to week storytelling. And I don't know, man. It's just there's just zero progression. And I think Omega is one of these dudes that, not Vince, pardon me, Dave Meltzer was saying that Jey Uso got demoted because he's in a tag team again. And it's like, well, you would never say that about Kenny. Look at what he's doing. So it's just unfortunate. Okay, so everyone's down. Everyone hit their shit. Speaking of hitting their shit, let's check out. We're going to check out some...
I think you got a super chat.
Let me check. No, I don't see it, dude.
Okay. I don't know. I must have saw the old one then. My bad.
Yeah, no. Oh yeah, this fight's going down this weekend as well. Let's take a look at this dude, Joshua and Paul. Dude, Joshua's gonna fucking smoke Jake Paul. This is the first one where, like, he's really gonna get starched bad. But Jake Paul can just take another fight and talk a bunch of shit because he can just take another fight and talk a bunch of shit because he's fighting a guy who's like way bigger than him for once, But this is going to be the first time I think you see him get starched cold. And he's like, yeah.
YouTube sensation turned pro boxer versus Olympic gold medalist turned two-time unified.
Who's that on the mic? Ariel Helwani? No. Oh, man, that's funny. We're going to get into some. Okay, 300 watching, guys. Hit like, hit subscribe. And yeah, patreon.com/Pro Wrestle Times, Full Circle Radio Network, and check out the NordVPN if you're trying to save money and get a fucking VPN.
Yeah, we're simulcasting this over on Full Circle Radio.
Oh, excellent, guys. So make sure if you're checking it out over there, hit like, and hello, everyone. Subscribe to my channel. If you're watching on JJ's channel, make sure you subscribe to Pro Wrestle Clips. Thank you, guys. Okay, we got more news, though. We want to talk about the WWE stuff. I was just scrolling the TL and also just keeping an eye on this match, but it's going too long. It's getting silly now. Hichicero's trying to stop Okada and Takeshita from fighting.
Yeah.
Now the Bucks are super kick partying. I feel like we're getting into the finish, but
it just never stops.
Okay, yeah, we just got to get into news. All right, ladies and germs, it is time for WW. Let's go. So yeah, guys, 75% off of NordVPN, 3 extra free months on top of that. There's a link down below in the description, guys. Get you. Oh, come on now, Eric. Shilling stuff. Come on now, Phil. Shilling stuff is my gimmick.
Hey, speaking of shilling stuff, if you want to head over to w.gg, you can get yourself some energy or hydration. And if you use the code Full Circle Radio, all one word at checkout, you get 10% off your order. And that's every order, not just your first order. Tell them JJ sent you.
There you go, dude. And as I said once on your show, don't be a dummy, get a tubby a dubby. Right? There you go. You're a poet and didn't know it. So speaking of poets, man, and poetry, over the weekend, Cody Rhodes started a brawl at Drew McIntyre's home while Drew was meeting with SmackDown GM Nick Aldis. So WWE's going to snipe. So he invited him in. We're going to fast forward a bit. They're talking. Drew, he just lays out his plight. You know what I mean? And then Aldis is like, makes him apologize. You can come back, etc.
From Survivor Series War Games to just about cover that.
There's gonna do better at the box office than Highlander, you son of a bitch. I mean, that was cool and shit, but is that because Rhodes and Drew are both like movie stars now that they're like,
yeah, they're doing the whole cinematic thing.
Let's do some cinema.
Right. They better put that fucking belt on Drew. Like, I am tired of this. Like, they have made Drew look like an idiot throughout this entire saga. Drew needs to get that. Drew needs to walk out with the fucking belt.
So, speaking of walking out with the belt, well, what else? What other news here? We'll jump around here. We're gonna jump around a little bit tonight, but let's see. Where do I want to start with all this shit? Let's just start, I guess, with the boring stuff. Okay, guys. Let's start with let's do it because it's like
we
the
already did
ratings.
AEW.
Yeah. So, you know, speaking of SmackDown superstars and whatnot, I don't know, trying to find a segue there. SmackDown last Friday garnered its best viewership since Nielsen switched to the Big Data Plus, blah, blah, blah. Yep. Shoo! SmackDown averaged 1.24 million viewers, up 17% from the prior week, with an 18 to 49 in the key demo, unless you count the 25 to 54, whatever the key demo of your day belt or whatever the fuck. Ranked number one on cable for Friday. Year over year was down 6%, but the 18 to 49 was down 30. Damn, that's huge. So I think in these boom periods, though, it typically skews older. Is that, or am I wrong on that? Like the 80s. I think in the boom periods of WWE, doesn't it always skew older? Like in the 80s, in the Attitude Era, and then again, like, hasn't it always skewed a little older? I don't fucking know. I don't even care. I don't even know why I brought it up, but
no, not since the Attitude Era was the last time the main demo in WWE skewed older. After that, it like before and after that, it's always been younger audiences.
Okay. So Raw was back on the Netflix Global Top 10 for last week's show after missing it the prior 2 weeks. The show also scored its highest U.S. ranking since late October, scored 2.5 million views globally for the week per Netflix data with 4.4 million hours viewed. While the views beat several episodes since the return of Monday Night Football, the hours viewed were the lowest yet. So again, if they were manipulating numbers, they would find ways to do it with that.
Right. And I've been keeping track of this on my pin post with where every day I've been posting the top 10 on Netflix and the top 10 on Max.
Oh,
and
that rules, dude. I need to bookmark
because
it.
it's literally my pinned tweet so people can see it because I'm tired of the BJ Bethel fuckery.
Yeah.
And the thing that was hurting Raw for like 2 weeks was the fact that the way Netflix counts their positions is they were counting every season of Stranger Things as a slot.
Right.
So half of the slots were being taken up by 5 seasons of Stranger Things. But Raw still managed to stay in the top 10 for almost there was like 2 days it wasn't in the top 10. But besides that, it still maintained being in there.
So speaking of which, there was a post from 50 Cent, which I guess I didn't. Oh, yeah, right here. I got it. So top 10 TV shows in the U.S. today. 50 Cent, Sean Combs' The Reckoning, it got beat in the U.S. And I don't know if it did in Canada. I'm not sure. I watched this Sean Combs The Reckoning. Crazy shit. Awesome,
Right.
awesome
But I
stuff.
mean,
Yeah, like I'm glad that it's all exposed. Like a lot of it's exposed to like more of a mainstream audience and shit.
Yeah.
It's not like the greatest doc of all time, but I like how 50 Cent did it.
Yeah, just the story behind it is fucking amazing.
Yeah. And there's a new episode coming out for it that Netflix forced him to cut. And 50 Cent is going to release it on YouTube if he hasn't already for free for everybody. So
nice.
That fucking rules. Yeah. Because they had to make it 4 episodes, but there was a whole episode worth of shit that got cut. But either way, 50 Cent goes, you know how I feel about being number 2? That's like being the first loser behind the winner. Fuck this. LOL. 50 Cent action.
Right. But I mean, the Reckoning was the number 1 spot for like the last week.
Yeah.
And Raw was number 5 yesterday. So for it to jump up to number 1, that's even better. That shows that Raw is definitely, doing something right. And
yeah, I just think that if AEW Dynamite was number 1, then we'd all on Netflix, we'd all shut the fuck up and go, that show's banging. Clearly that show's fuck. If it was beating The Reckoning and up there with Stranger Things and all that,
right,
then we'd all be like, this is awesome. It's not even in the top 10 of fucking Max or whatever.
Right. And like
That's
literally
just all we need to point to, not to make it about AEW, but everyone likes to do the streaming shit.
And that's why I've been doing that post, because literally, and here's the biggest tell-all of it is because obviously Welcome to Derry's been in the number 1 or number 2 spot every day since the beginning of the month, obviously. However, one of the biggest telltale signs of how many people are actually watching Max and watching things on Max is the one show that has been consistently somewhere between the number 3 and the number 6 spot every day is Mad Men, a show that has been done and over for over a decade.
It's done, yeah.
So that goes to show you how many people are actually watching Max and what they're watching on Max. Because literally the bottom couple of slots on Max every day are Food Network stuff.
It's crazy, man.
Yeah.
People got to eat. I don't know. That's so stupid. So, speaking of Raw and SmackDown in these shows, we had Raw and SmackDown post Cena's retirement, which I want to talk about. We'll talk about some of the Gunther stuff and Cena stuff after, but I just want to quickly touch on a botch that happened and 2 key things that happened. So Nikki Bella tossed Raquel Rodriguez into the steps and gave her a bad hematoma, and she was bleeding as well, and her head swelled up immediately. She's in concussion protocol right now.
Thanks, bitch.
Now, I don't know, man. I think that it's on Raquel to protect herself there a little better, no? Like, how much of that is really on Nikki? And she's trying to get heat, so she's going to do stuff with a little more ferociousness and veracity and shit. What, like, I don't, Nikki's a vet. Raquel, like, is that not on her for not getting her hands up in time? Or, like, are you just a hater on Nikki?
I'm not a hater on Nikki. Nikki's the drizzling shits. Always has been, always will be.
Oh, man, because she's catching a lot of heat for this, so.
She should.
Look at that. Nasty hematoma that's split open as well. That's nasty. If that's swelling up that quick.
Right.
That's some Mark Hominick shit right there. Shout out Deep Cut, you MMA fans. So let's look at that one more time. Like, that's brutal.
Yeah, Raquel wasn't ready yet.
Yeah, I don't know, man. And it just goes to show you, dude. Wrestling's not fake. It is just, that shit is brutality. But yeah, Nikki, she's
just
obviously
like that other botch that happened on Saturday when Chuck Lesnar fucking busted open Bloody.
Who? You got Nick? Your nicknames? Who the fuck are you talking about?
Chuck Lesnar, Obafemi.
Oh, Obafemi, Shock Lesnar. That's your name for him?
Chocolate Lesnar, yeah.
Like it's easier to just say Obafemi, dude.
Nah, Chuck Lesnar.
So yeah, Nikki Bella though, trying to get some heel heat on herself because I guess they're continuing along with her in the world title picture. Would you I don't know, man. Nikki Bella, like, should she be going after the IC or is the world title where she should be placed right now? Like, I don't think she'll win it, but maybe she can help get these other girls over by them pinning her along the way. Do you think that's what they're doing? Like, why are they kind of, they had the match. We like long-term booking, but do we need really another Stephanie Vaquer versus Nikki Bella fucking match or a three-way with Raquel or whatever? Yeah, so I don't know, man. What do you do with Nikki Bella? You're calling her the shits, but like, let's say you work in WWE, you're booking, doing creative shit, and she works there. Like, what are you putting her in the world title picture? Or is it because now we got Liv, and I like that Liv and Roxanne are going after the tag titles because it's sort of a swerve. Like, we thought it would be, well, Roxanne and Liv are going to have beef, but they're going to milk that and slow burn that. And then they're going to maybe win the tag titles and like be best friends until they're not because they're going to play along this, like Dom's playing them both and they're just kind of down with it sort of thing. And Liv, Liv is psycho. She's going to get her comeuppance on Roxanne down the line. So I'm okay with that. And them not going like, well, Liv's going for the world title right away, even though they've sort of teased it. But then you have Io and Rhea going for the tag titles and they're not in the world title picture anymore, which I mean, they have been for the last while, and a bunch of motherfuckers were crying about it and shit. A bunch of people were crying about Rhea and Io. Now it's like, well, what? Are we going to cry about Nikki Bella being in the... I don't know who they have heated up enough for Steph to face and beat already. And so obviously we're going to get to Raquel Vaquer down the line one-on-one, where it's like she's fighting a bigger opponent, like a giant in a way, but they're going to take this triple threat match to get there. But again, it's like, what do you do with Nikki Bella right now? Do you think she'd be more effective on SmackDown? Like, what do you
tell her to go the fuck home and do her podcast and shut the hell up?
Okay, fair enough. You tell her to go home and drink fucking wine and do her goddamn podcast. Fair enough.
There's two. The women's division is on both freaking shows is already saturated, and they're about to start bringing up more girls from NXT, and having Nikki Bella is taking a spot away from someone. There's no reason for her to be there past the nostalgia pop, which she already got, and it's run its fucking course. There's no reason for her to be there now.
Yeah, like what if they did what if like it's Mania season and then they do like Trish versus Nikki Bella, era versus era. Like, do you think something like that works, or it's like just don't even go there, just have Trish wrestle like
go there. You don't
because why? Okay, well, what's the difference when
nostalgia
Trish
pop right now?
Well, what's the difference when Trish comes back? It's because she's not the shits.
Number one, she's not the shits. Number two, Trish comes back for a spot here or there, does the short program, and then is like, okay, I'll be on my way. If you need me, call me. Nikki Bella is like, fuck, I got alimony to pay. I want to be on TV every week.
Oh my god. Oh shit. She's got lawyer fees or what? This is all allegedly, folks.
No, dude, this is documented. It's in the fucking news how much she has to pay her ex.
Oh my god, dude. Anyways, so speaking of Raw and SmackDown, WWE announced that LA Knight has suffered a number of injuries, including a cracked sternum, and is out of action indefinitely on Raw. Now, that's like a work shoot, probably give him a little time off for the holidays, and, you know, he got flattened by Bronson Reed. They're just getting that over.
Let him come back at the fucking Rumble.
Yeah. And then we have, speaking of comebacks, though, dude, we're spot on here at PWT. The Masked Man is officially Austin Pop. They were chanting Austin Theory. I thought the Raw after Cena's retirement was banging. I thought front to back it was an awesome show. I think maybe a low light, and not to shit on anyone. It's just like Niall and Maxine.
Yeah.
Okay, it was just like whatever. It's not shitting on anybody, but it's like that match could have been on like NXT developmental, and I wouldn't have been shocked. But it was what it was, right? IC title, getting Maxine a defense, whatever. Right. But Austin Theory, I think this is the absolute right pick. And for everybody who's like, Austin Theory, the fall off, blah, blah, blah. No, guys, it was just that Triple H had to reset Theory in a way. So he made him a tag guy, and then just sort of rebuilt him up from Vince. Just pushed him to where it's like resentful. Like, we have to resent you for almost 10 years, like we did Roman, before we'll accept you, you know, and we're accepting you now that you're a fucking bad guy. You know what I'm saying? It's like with Austin Theory, it's almost sort of the same thing, but he had to lower him, humble him, bring him back down to, not even humble him, but like he just had to bring him back down to, okay, you're a tag guy and a job guy. Just work yourself back up. Like, you're so young. There's this whole generation of NXT guys that got skipped over. I need to get Bronson Reed over. I need to get Braun Breaker over. I need to get fucking all these guys who, you know, like even DIY. I told you guys, like DIY's got a job. They won the tag titles again because they got skipped in Triple H's era. They stayed in NXT one step too long because it took so long for Vince to just, they had to force him out essentially, right? So Austin Theory, he had to get the Vince stink off him, reinvent himself, and now he's catapulted immediately in the picture with Logan Paul, Braun Breaker, Bronson Reed, CM Punk, and Seth Rollins when Rollins comes back. Like, yo, why is this kid stealing my move and shit? Or is it Rollins' protege that the other guys don't know? Like, there's so much to behold with this story. And do you think doing the reveal on this Raw was the right move right after Cena's retirement? Like, hey, we're going to remind everyone that these shows are banging and shit. And what did you think of the reveal being Theory?
So I personally would have held off a little longer. I actually talked about this on Twitter like last week or so, when I was just like, I was like, back in the day in 2010, Joey Mercury was the masked man for CM Punk for fucking 3 months before he got revealed. Because people were like, they haven't released the guy yet, they've already dropped the ball. And I was like, have some patience, you TikTok oriented fucking Gen Zers.
Like, they were saying this was Montez Ford and shit already. They were trying to say it was different people and all this shit.
Well, because they were using different guys under hoods for every show just to keep people talking.
Exactly. But it's like, it's Theory, bro. It's pretty like, I think everyone's pretty keen on who it is.
And I've always been high on Austin Theory back since he was in Evolve. Like, I've always been I'm friends with Theory's trainer. You know,
you're friends with this trainer. I was gonna ask, have you encountered him or booked him or been on shows that he's been on?
I wanted to book him, but because I used to work with, because AR Fox is his trainer. And Fox always spoke highly of him, and you know, me and Aaron have always really gotten along, and so I've been watching him since he first started, and I really like him. And I was saying 4 years ago, like, this kid is the future. Like, where everyone else is looking at other people, I'm like, Austin Theory is your future.
100%.
To have him be in this position, the jury's still out for me, only because, and this is just my opinion, but the entire time he has been in WWE, from showing up in NXT to getting thrown right onto the main roster during the PC, you know, empty arena era, back down to NXT, and then up to the main roster again. For 5 years, Austin Theory has always been a heel. I thought it was time he should have done something babyface oriented, because the crowd only knows him as a heel. And you're really only going to get so far with keeping someone on one side of the fence. You have to, you know, there's only, no one ever gets to stay as a babyface forever or as a heel forever.
Yeah.
So like, and that's like I said, that's just my opinion. Doesn't think anything less of him. I also think having him in this stable.
Is he in the stable though? We don't even know.
We don't know yet, but because it's a double-edged sword, because this is the problem. And once again, this is my opinion, and I know I'm in the minority on this. And I know people in the chat are probably going to get super pissed at me right now. I see nothing in Bronson Reed, and I see nothing in Braun Breaker. I see them as fucking henchmen. I see them as henchmen.
What? Not even with Breaker's promo that he just cut the other day.
Dude, fuck that. That was a terrible promo.
Oh, come on now, JJ. That's
Terrible.
not very fair.
It was the most generic meatheaded-ish. I'm
bro.
gonna make you're a bitch and I'm gonna have sex with your wife nonsense that I've heard from every fucking meathead up and down the damn coast. Here's my and the thing is, and Bronson and the fucking Braun are henchmen that they're trying to make into alphas. And on top of it, we got Logan Paul. So you got 3 alphas. You've got in your booking. Where now here you got a 4th guy who's not going to say, like, the whole dynamic of the stable right now doesn't really work for me, because the fact is Bronson's getting a title shot in 2 weeks, but Logan Paul is just like, yeah, that's cool. This guy, I'm going to like, knowing the personality of Logan Paul, why is Logan Paul okay with another guy going for this title? And why is fucking Fat Andrade over here, who's crushing people through cars,
Andrade,
all of a sudden okay with fucking Bronson getting a fucking title shot, with Braun getting a title shot and not him? There's certain gaps that are missing in the headcanon of the stable that, as a booker, I sit back and look at and I go, these are certain things that are missing, and these are loose strings that need to be addressed. So
I'm gonna say that. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, my bad.
So to put Theory in there, the jury's still out for me right now.
I'm gonna say that I like fucking this version of it better than when Seth was in it. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I get that, but I mean, the thing is, when Seth was in there, Seth was the clear alpha of the stable.
Right. Whereas,
You know,
yeah, no, I get what you're saying with that too. Like, it's kind of neck and neck, and then Paul's like, he's not the leader. He's just laying in the cut. Like, yeah, I'll take protection from these guys, I guess.
Right. Like,
and then
as a comparison,
Theory, yeah.
As a comparison, having these guys here right now is like the incarnation of the Horsemen that had Flair, Sting, and Luger in it. It's like, it doesn't really work.
Yeah. Well, Theory joining the group, I think, could be good, but he could also be like, I'm just a Lone Ranger, and they're just trying to heat up some heels right now. And everyone knows that Paul Heyman's really high on Austin Theory. And so I'm sure Heyman, if they put it under his watch, you know, the way Roman was and the way the Vision is right now, I'm sure Heyman's going to cook up something good. And I just think this is better than, like, who else could have been under the mask that would have been good?
And I was sitting there contemplating that too.
Yeah, like who?
I was like,
unless it was MJF or something. Unless it was like someone from AEW that you just did not see coming at all. Who else do you give this to?
The problem is with the version of the stable that's there, you can't throw another alpha in there. So it's kind of a clusterfuck. And I'm not saying that they can't dig their way out of it. It leaves me wondering how.
Yeah, because I'm just trying to think who's on the roster as well. Like, who do you slap under the hood? Akira Tozawa.
I know
Montez Ford. Maybe Montez, okay, but then
Ford would have been interesting.
But then you got to explain the
dog. Ethan Page.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Page or Saints would have been okay as well.
Yeah.
But I just have a feeling that when they're mixing it up, like we already see Page mix it up a little bit on the main roster, like he'll just be there in the background or in the crowd for Chelsea. When I think when Saints comes up, it'll have something to do with Rhodes. I think Rhodes will be like, these are my guys. Like, maybe I'm off on that, but I have a feeling they'll go right to that, like early on. Yeah. Or like when Rhodes goes heel, he'll make a faction of like Page, Saints, and Rhodes or something. That's like his version of Legacy, just an older version. Whatever. We're fantasy mark booking way ahead, but it is what it is. We talked about Nikki Bella. She reveals why she body shames herself after WWE appearances. So I guess she body shames herself.
That's nice.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Raquel Rodriguez is placed in concussion protocol. We touched on that already. And then I think we have a little bit on SmackDown here. And what happened on SmackDown? Oh, yeah, we covered that. The invasion situation. Punk cut a promo on Raw. He was in not rare form, but he just went off and called Logan Paul a scammer. He cut a brilliant promo on Raw as well. Would you agree, Punk?
No, it was okay.
Has left you for the next big thing.
You're an old man hater.
Used to doing
no.
TikToks with the YouTube scammer.
I mean, he was legit on that whole thing there.
It's crazy he called him a YouTube scammer like on Raw. That's
Right.
wild.
Well, not the scammer thing. Just the whole thing about like, if I had a dime for every person who like Paul Heyman piped up or whatever. Like, I've been saying that for the past few months, ever since the Vision like came together. I was just like, you can't just slap someone with Heyman and expect them to be, the next the next golden goose. I was like, because for every Brock Lesnar, you've got your Ryback, your fucking Claudio, your Jack Swagger, your fucking Curtis Axel. Like, it doesn't always work out. It's not a fix-all.
So speaking of fix-alls, man, NXT, well, before we go to NXT, let's stick with, I guess let's go to, we had Cena's final match. Okay. It went down, and there's just been tons of cope and meltdown. This is just more like the news side of things. John Cena is right next to John Laurinaitis there, his almost stepfather-in-law for a minute. John Cena, and soon he'll be in a suit as well, with Joey Mercury, Joey Styles, John Laurinaitis there, and John Cena. He is now on the alumni section of the WWE website for the first time in like forever.
Yeah.
So that's pretty crazy. But after Gunther defeated him, and we're going to get into some of the Cope meltdowns arguments in the sicko segment, but WWE fans booed and yelled "fuck you, Gunther" as he exited the arena. They chased him down there. And this is real heat. Like, all the old timers who are mad, it's like, you're all the ones saying no one gets real heat anymore and talk about the riots, right? Well, fucking look, dude, they were gonna, if there was no security, they'd have ran up on his bus. One of these assholes in DC, bro, someone would have ran up on his bus, bro.
Fuck you! Fuck you, Gunther! Fuck you, Gunther! Fuck you, Gunther! Fuck at it!
Get the fuck out of here! Did you hear that guy? Straight from New York. I'm from New York. So yeah, dude, that's big time heat. Okay. And we see John Cena on the alumni there, and then it carried over to Raw a little bit. Well, quite a bit, actually. It was the focal point. Here's another angle of all the heat he was getting. They're mad as fuck at him. It's just good to see. I'm just happy that he got heat like that. And then he came out on Raw.
Oh god, I love this.
Yeah, here's a kid crashing out on Gunther. Actually, this is that Saturday Night Main Event. So just a little compilation of the nuclear heat he got. So here's this kid.
No one likes you. You know what? You just came up to nowhere.
Everyone hates you.
I'm civilized.
The kid's daring him. I dare you. I hate you.
Dude, when you get heat like that, it's the greatest thing on the fucking planet, man. I miss those fucking nights.
I'm just so baffled at how people don't under fucking stand. That's what it boils down to. Like, wait, what is everyone missing about what they're trying to do here?
And dude,
they have super over baby faces, guys. Rhodes and Roman and shit are super over. Penta's moving a bunch of merch. Like, people are super over right now. They need bad guys. Where are the bad guys that are over? Even JJ's like, well, Braun and Braun are fucked, and they can't have them just pulverize everyone either. Seth got hurt. Right. You got CM Punk as well. I didn't even mention when Orton comes back, babyface, whenever he shows up. They have so many over baby faces. They need heels They
Right.
can't just have guys that the baby faces are beating. They need really hot heels. They're trying to heat up. Love or hate the story. Gunther is going to retire everyone. That's going to be his gimmick.
Yep.
And you're going to hate his guts. You're going to pay to see.
Yep.
And then one day someone's going to beat him.
Yeah.
Maybe Roman, because he was like had their Hulk Hogan run. Maybe in Roman's retirement match, he beats Gunther. Or it's like a double retirement. And then Gunther loses his retirement or who fucking knows, some crazy shit, or he goes to retire against a champion or a young blood, and then he loses, or so one day it'll be passed in some way. But and then they're trying to heat up Austin Theory clearly as well, because they need someone else in the mix. They need a couple more heels now.
They're trying to heat Solo back up again.
Exactly. Solo as well. Thank you for bringing that up there. And when Jacob Fatu comes back, he's a super over babyface. You know, they have way too many.
They're trying to heat up Ricky for when they bring him up.
So Gunther, they had to do this. Like Cena did the right thing. It was such the rightest thing that this is how you know. When you have like Jeff Jarrett and Dave Meltzer and like Raj Giri are all agreeing on shit. No. That's the wrong timeline. That's some weird fuckery going on in the space-time continuum. You know what I mean?
When Gunther came out on that at the beginning of Raw, like the moment I said it, I said, this is my yard moment. It was literally the same as the night after Mania when Roman beat Taker.
Yeah, dude. I was saying that shit too on the live stream, man. Roman fucking, when he came out, he went, "It's my yard, bitch," or whatever. Right. And it's the same thing. They booed him. I think it was like for 8 minutes.
Yes.
So Gunther, he didn't get an 8-minute boo, but he got booed out the building. And then they did and they did a great job of him being like shamed out of the back. And then AJ was waiting at his car.
Yep.
Setting up, and I told you guys the night of, I tweeted it out, I said it on the watch along. Wait until he retires Orton and fucking AJ Styles.
Yep.
And boom, who's waiting at his car? AJ. Who's retiring next? We know AJ is going out. Very much like Cena as well. People are like, man, Cena's the GOAT, he whatever. And Cena said AJ's the GOAT. And why? Because AJ's also going out on his own goddamn terms, and he's not even a big Hollywood star. He's just like, yeah, I mean, I just don't want to go past this year, you know, I'm whatever age, and maybe he shows up and can wrestle a match here and there, but as far as full-time, you know, him being an active part, winning tag titles and all that, so I could see him going out via Gunther as well, and they tease that, and I'm here for all of that, and eventually it's going to be Big Bad Brock steps up and goes, "Oh yeah, you think you can stop me in my fucking in Minnesota?" In Minnesota.
Not gonna
you don't think Brock will fucking lose to Gunther?
I don't think Brock's ever going to work Gunther.
You don't think so? Why? Because he doesn't want to eat chops and like
because Brock's a cunt, he only likes to work with people that are his friends.
I just don't. So hold on a second. So like Brock has worked AJ Styles and a bunch of other guys in the past. Where you
look at everyone that Brock's worked in the past decade. It's been
AJ
was a one-off. It's been Roman. It's been Cody. It's been Taker. It's been not even Taker. Sorry, that because I was even further back. But you what do you call Omos like as a favor? But Brock
and he beat Omos, didn't he? Beat Omos too, though. Like it's not that even really a favor. That was just Brock. Like I'm gonna smash this giant. And
Brock is very much still as a person as a giant cunt and will only work certain people.
Damn. So I don't.
And he's not going to want to work Gunther because Gunther's going to make him work.
Yeah,
Brock likes being lazy.
I could see Brock being one of those dudes who like goes off on a win. I could totally see that as well, you know, and not even to shit on him. Like I don't care when wrestlers do it that much. I just can't believe how people were crying about Cena choosing to go out on a loss. Like that was the best.
That's what you fucking do.
And then here's the reaction here. So he's getting food, coming back to the ring and then talking shit and then getting on the announce table and just rubbing it in. And in kayfabe, Adam Pearce did a good job of being like, really, dude, you're going to rub it in knowing he won't be here. Like and then that's why he has heat with the locker room who are aligning with the people, because you got to give the locker room a kayfabe reason. Like the locker room isn't gonna be mad. Oh, Gunther tapped out Cena, crying like the IWC. You know what I mean? Like they don't give a fuck. That wouldn't it wouldn't affect them that way. So they gave them the kayfabe reason as Gunther went out there to fucking rub it in, dirt in the wound after it happened or whatever. So it was a good little flip there to keep like Pierce on because the authority figures right now are fan favorites in WWE instead of like being hated on. So a good job, just a little thing. That's all you have to do sometimes. Boom. Okay. Adam Pierce, everyone loves him still, We're not like booing him because he does what Triple H wants him to do. He's the face of the authority. That's always what happened. Like everyone turns on the face of the authority. Right now it's Aldis and Pierce. So, just that little touch was great. Anyways, we'll listen to this promo. It's more just a crowd booing.
Mm-hmm.
I did what I said I would do.
Yeah. And here's the other thing, too, is that people can say, well, Dominic Mysterio is like super over. Like he's over as a heel to the point where it's like this is the difference, okay? People were following Gunther. If he was alone walking down a fucking street that night, they'd have fucking jumped his ass, Dominic Mysterio is the guy you boo in the arena, but you're wearing his shirt and you're asking him for a picture when you run into him on the street. He's like the fun guy to boo. That's sort of like MJF, Yeah. When it comes to Gunther now, the type of heat that they put on him is like old school heat. And of course he's an old school guy. So it just works so well.
I made John Cena give up. And when he gave up, he tapped out like a little bitch.
Damn, that was huge to call Cena a little bitch. Like Hogan wouldn't let you do that. He'd be phoning Vince McMahon, dude. And I was like, hey, brother. Well, you know something, Vince. Don't make me come back and slam that stinky Austrian, brother. Well, you know something, dude. In World War II, they couldn't find Hitler's body because I power slammed him into the core of the earth, Jack. They had to send Tim Kennedy to Honduras to find his corpse, brother. Oh, man. So, yeah, big time heat on Gunther. And he had this to say to all the whiny bitches on TMZ. He went on the TMZ Inside the Ring pod as well. Guys, this is calculated. This is to get heat on himself, dude. We've talked about this on the show. This TMZ Inside the Ring, it's like the Jerry Springer-ish. It's TMZ's version of Let's Cover Pro Wrestling. It's just the sleazeball fucking sleazy National Enquirer version of like pro wrestling coverage. So Gunther goes on this show to be like, fuck all you crybabies. It's so funny. It's like the most heat you could get. I love it.
Well, very different situation, I think, because Goldberg was also limited, way more limited than John was, and John was just a better wrestler overall his whole career. It's not like a dig to Goldberg. He didn't get famous by putting on in-ring masterclasses. That was never his thing. So it was a very different situation. But also the magnitude of it. Obviously, Goldberg is a big name, but it's not comparable to what John Cena represents or what the following he has and what he carries with him, and what the connection that people have to him. So it was hard to compare.
So Monet pinned one of the tag champs, and then because it was an 8-woman tag, Monet's going to get a shot at the tag titles for some reason, because that's how redacted fucking AEW is, man. So Gunther had this to say, though. So that was a little insight. onto his mentality. And here's his words to all of the John Cena fans, the Cena crybabies.
Thing you'd like to say before you go to the fans, just to give them some peace of mind.
Stop crying. Okay, life goes on.
Wow, that's it. That's all you want to say.
That's it.
All right then. Well, thank you, Gunther, for being on here. It's been a pleasure speaking.
Yeah, so there you go. Life goes on. He called him a little bitch. So they're giving it all. They're heating up Gunther right now, baby. And that's what you got to do. You have to do that. And in lieu of that, here's a behind the scenes right before Cena walked out, just to sort of cap off the Cena Gunther Raw SmackDown talk. What's going on the show. Here's him right before he walked out. Damn, imagine how that must have felt.
Mm-hmm.
It's fucking crazy. So thank you, Cena. Everyone, thank you, Cena, in chat. Let me check in with chat really quick here. Chris Walski for 2 says, do you think Gunther can get Piper level heat? I mean, JJ, what do you answer that? You watched Piper when he was real hot there against Hulkster there.
So
you know Hulkster there, buddy. No,
that's kind of an odd statement because, like, do I agree he could be as big of a heel as Piper? Absolutely. However, Piper's heat is a bit different. Piper was the obnoxious loudmouth heel.
Yeah.
Gunther is the quiet, calculating, cagey heel. Like, when I look at Gunther, like, if I'm going to compare Gunther to someone, I'm going to put him in the annals alongside people like Nick Bockwinkel and Gene Kiniski, who are very effective at what they did. It's apples and oranges. Like, they're both, they're both wrestlers, but it's two different animals.
Yeah, no doubt. Guys, so make sure you check out JJ's channel. We have tons more news here, lots of shit to talk about. Full Circle Radio Network on YouTube.
Yes.
And check out NordVPN, guys. Holiday deal, link below. I'm Phil the Shill in that. So I want to talk about NXT for a bit and others thises and that's, okay? So we start things off with Oba Femi versus Leon Slater for the NXT Championship at New Year's Evil. Do you think this is the right move? Femi's going to beat Slater, obviously.
I have no interest.
Whatever.
It's a whatever. It's, that Slater's not going to win. Like, it's
they're pushing the shit out of Slater already, dude.
Yeah, which is great and all. Like, the kid's talented as fuck. I'm not going to say anything bad about Leon Slater, but he's still under contract at TNA right now, and it's just there's no reason for this match. Okay. This just goes to show that, and this is, I've been saying how much I can't stand Sean's booking for a couple years now, and this is one of the reasons, because you have no viable baby faces to go against Oba. You don't have anyone. You spent too much time building him up and not enough time building up people to be across the ring from him, and you just flipped Ricky heel for reasons, because Javon is super over, but Javon's gonna go to the main roster with, like, before you know it. Like, to keep him in NXT just to put the title on him, like, it makes no sense. He's already super over on the main roster. Right. People know who he is. People want to see more of him on big TV. They don't want to have.
He's already there. He's already showing up and having matches and shit. You're right about that. One guy who they're kind of building up, this Jasper Troy fellow, he came from LFG. I mean, it's WWE Speed. I didn't even realize this still existed. It's funny because sickos will come and be like, Speed got canceled. The
matches aren't on Twitter anymore. They're on. They're actually on NXT. And I like Jasper Troy.
And it was on Twitter, dude. It was a Twitter show.
Oh, well, yeah, exactly.
AEW's ran through fucking 3 YouTube shows and fucking Collision, and Shockwave never came to be, and all this shit. And then turns out he was getting sued over Shockwave, so that was actually a thing.
Right.
That was being so who cares? And, Speed. The Speed shitty Twitter show. Who gives a fuck? What are you talking about?
And Twitter was paying for it. So like, that was a win-win for WWE. It's like, yeah, sure, we'll put up matches that are 3 minutes long. Sure, fuck it.
So they were paying for that shit?
Yeah, Twitter was paying for that.
Oh, that's crazy. So
Yeah.
NXT versus Evolve, Heights versus Knight, and then you had Chase versus King, Andre Chase versus Lexus King, and that's that tournament's cooking up, and then the winner fights Jasper Troy, and it's like all he does is have this speed title, and he's
And
not
so-
really on NXT so much yet.
Right. And here's and I like Jasper Troy, but he's another guy. They're doing the same thing with him that they did with Obafemi, where it's like he's on TV and just bam, give him a fucking belt right away. And it's like, no, slow the fuck down, especially with these guys who you want to portray as world beaters. You're just throwing them out on TV without them getting their reps in. The whole point of doing stuff with TNA is so they could get more experience and work a couple more house shows and everything, because that's what's severely missing is these kids from the PC are not working in front of real crowds. They're working in front of the same fucking 200 people every week at the PC, and they're not learning how to do anything like elementary. And that's why they wonder why they bring people up to the main roster and they flounder. And it's because they're missing a key element. And like I like Jasper Troy, but this is just the whole thing with he wins LFG and it's like he comes out and he's getting a title shot against the fucking NXT champion within a couple of weeks. Why? Just to say the same thing every time they do the top prospect tournament. I hated that shit. I'm like, why is someone who's going to have 2 televised matches all of a sudden get thrust into the main event? That's indie booking. That makes no fucking sense.
So Jasper Troy, I think, could be the guy who gets built up like Oba and then beats Oba, and then Oba goes main roster down the line when they actually do that, and they're like, okay, we got Troy for a few years. We'll just keep him over here. Keep him as hidden as possible, because you used to hide guys like this and develop them like Batista or the Prototype. They were super jacked and had a great look and could go.
Even Brock.
But
Brock was in a tag team. He was never a singles guy in OVW.
Yeah, that's why NXT kind of I've always said it kind of hurts developmental in a way where we just know what's going on. We shouldn't be seeing these guys. If it's truly developmental, we should not be seeing them. On the internet and shit.
I honestly thought that when they introduced the ID program and they said that, and they started saying that they were going to do Evolve and Evolve was going to be showing Tubi, what I thought they were going to do and what they should have done is have each of the ID schools be set up to film episodes of Evolve and blocks of Evolve, because they're in different locations. So you're always getting a different audience, and have the people work and get their reps. But no, Evolve is literally the other side of the PC, and it's just people who buy tickets for the PC over on the other fucking side. So you're failing yourselves by you're just doing the same damn thing. You're just literally doing NXT Dark.
Evolve should be based. Evolve should be based out of somewhere else. I agree with you, Vegas or something.
There should be a month of fucking Evolve. Get 4 weeks getting taped in Florida, then 4 weeks over in New Hampshire, and then 4 weeks over at Reality of Wrestling in Texas, and 4 weeks in Vegas. That's how it should be.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, I'm way more with that. I agree with that fully. Yeah, dude, you're right about that. Because because you're right. You're just getting the same. It's just that NXT crowd, and then it's people from the PC. And yes, they're learning the right things. We're not being critical of the things they're learning and shit.
Right.
It's just the way you implement. Again, we've said this, the indies are invaluable, and I've said this a bunch of times. Even AEW for some guys, it's good for Fletcher or the Guns to get live TV reps in. Even that's available somewhere else other than WWE. There wasn't really anywhere else you could do that for a long time. And because even Ring of Honor and shit was taped or very indie or whatever the fuck, and it's just a good avenue. The Gun Boys, there is experience in learning how to do TV on the fly and shit. But at the same time, it's in WWE, they're going to have the best trainers, the best coaches, the best promo class character, the best access to the best costume guys, and everything you need, right? So So like, yeah, they're doing all of that. Absolutely. They're investing in pro wrestling and the future of it. And even you said, JJ, like the indies are thriving since WWE ID. Like when there's ID, there's a boost on ticket sales and shit like that. And you're involved in that world. So we're not shitting on it in that aspect. But as far as like what Evolve could be or should have been, more or less, it's just like based out of Florida. And then they just bring the guys from all around the indies into Florida. That's already kind of what NXT was.
Right.
And it would be better for them, to go to like Reality of Wrestling. Evolve and ROW present this show, and it's like that week of Evolve's shows, but it's in Texas.
You do a week in Iowa at Seth's school, you just keep going around.
Yeah, that'd be way better. I agree with that. That's a way better approach. That's what AEW should have done, kind of as well.
Yeah,
but they'll learn. Hopefully they figure that out, or hopefully they're listening, right? Triple H, switch that. No. Penta, just some other side stuff, and then we're going to go to Blake Monroe. This is just like the TNA, AAA, NXT, Speed, Evolve, WWE ID section. So Penta has been pulled. What's that?
Alphabet Soup.
Yeah, right. Penta has been pulled from AAA Guerra de Titanes due to injury. He was originally scheduled to reunite with his brother Rey Fenix, but is currently out of action, dealing with a dislocated shoulder. He will be replaced by Rey Mysterio. Now, Rey Mysterio has teamed with the Lucha Bros, and in particular Rey Fenix in the past. So they're going to have baller chemistry, and that's awesome. Rey and Rey, that fucking rules. But let me just say this. The universe doesn't want the Lucha Bros reunion for some reason, dude. Like, it doesn't want it. It doesn't want it yet for whatever fucking reason. And I am disappointed, but I get a smile on my face when it comes to Rey Mysterio and Rey Fenix, because I want to see the Lucha Bros reunion. It's like this. Penta's super over. Rey Fenix, he's over. Like in his matches, he looks cool and everything, but like he doesn't get as big of a pop as his brother is, and maybe I doubt he's moving as much merch and shit like that. There's not as much hype. However, his matches are like, oh, he wins the crowd over. He can do spectacular shit. And what it's like when Devon was Reverend Devon, and then Spike and Bubba were still kind of doing Dudley Boys, so they were over and getting big pops. But then when Devon, I think it was at like SummerSlam or Survivor Series or whatever, he reunited with Bubba against 3 Minute Warning out of nowhere, and then like the crowd just erupted, and then just like that, Devon's over again. That's all it is. Like when we need that on the main Raw, I want to see on Raw, like there's going to be a moment where like Penta hits the ring to save Rey or something, and the crowd goes fucking nuts, and then they carry those pops over. I want to see that. Now, will it be huge for Mexico and AAA? Yes, I get why they're doing it, the Lucha Brothers, for that audience or whatever. But selfishly, I'm like, oh, fuck, it's got to happen. And maybe the universe agrees with me, because through all the AEW bullshit, they were supposed to come in together. Then they had to come in separately. And then Penta ended up being the one who got more over, even though Rey was slated to get there first, according to people. Who throughout that contract talk, and then now we have this injury when the Lucha Bros are finally slated to get back together. I just think it's crazy how, something's just keeping them apart from doing that yet. And hopefully the moment's right. Hopefully it's on like a big event. You could do that at like a SummerSlam or Royal Rumble or like a WrestleMania, where like the Lucha Bro just runs out and makes a save to the other Lucha Bro, because it doesn't need much explanation, and it's something people understand, and they're just kind of waiting for, I think. But yeah, that's my take on all of that. So, and shout out Rey Mysterio, still doing the damn thing. So in other news, we talked about injuries. JD McDonough announces that he'll be out of WWE action so he can get put back together. So he'll be out for a while. Apparently he's in good spirits after some operation action that happened. And then in this, what else do we got here? Let me just see. So speaking of the Royal Rumble, WWE have officially decided on a 2 p.m. Eastern start time for the 26th Royal Rumble after some internal back and forth. So that's in Saudi Arabia, and that's awesome. Yeah, dude, I'm going to be day drinking. I'm going to be watching the Rumble here with you guys on PWT. So make sure you're here January 31st.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, let's get into it. And that will be awesome. And I'm down with the earlier start times for PLEs. I'm getting old balls, so it is what it is. We're talking about old balls and the schedules and injuries. One thing Damian Priest had to say about this, the reduced schedule, and he sort of dispels your claim. Someone hit me up and was like, yo, what JJ's saying is bullshit. There's no heat on Priest or whatever. And
I never said there was heat on Priest.
Well, because like Priest and Lola, because of like
I said there was heat on Lola,
right? But because they posted the videos and stuff with them, like just someone sort of was like, that's some bullshit. But Priest fucking sort of dispels that too. He's like, I'm on main event because WWE wants me to like slow my roll because I'm beating myself up too much. What is your response to that first?
I just figured he was on main event because everyone get like draws doing a main event every once in a while. Like,
right. So maybe it was me who drew the parallels between the Lola and the Damian Priest.
Okay.
Heat. Like, well, he's on main event and Lola went to fucking, because you were saying Lola's got heat because she posted shit with Priest and is in Mexico or whatever. And so I had said, well,
she
maybe
posted the
that's
shit,
why
which
Priest
is why she did the job at the PLE instead of getting put over for the women's title, and then they shipped her off to Mexico.
Yeah. So I don't know. Either way, we both got called out, I guess. And here's Priest just sort of dispelling that as well.
It's unfortunate. Like, and I don't like to like bring it up too much, and I don't take breaks. Like since I've been in WWE, I've literally taken 0 days off. I've never asked for time off because I've been hurting. The company now this year decided like, oh, let's take it easy on them because I've been going hard for a while. Tore my shoulder a couple of times within the last year and a half. My knees are banged up. My back is, oof. I need a lot of work done, but I choose to not. And because if I don't have to, I won't. And I'll just, I'll figure it out. Like, let's do rehab and let's just keep me in the game, coach, type of thing.
Right.
So we've been doing that for a while. But this year, I think the company was like, okay, we're happy with you, but we need to make sure you're going to last here.
Right.
So they've been forcing me to take it easy, put it that way. And, not the easiest thing to do, when you want to just go out there and perform because you love what you do. But
it's not like you can be put on the DL, right? I mean, you're not like on the.
No, so I'm still on TV on a regular basis, just not in ring like as much as I used to be.
Right.
So that's the only, but I love performing, man. I love getting physical.
So what do you think? Like, he could go on and become world heavyweight champ and WWE champ again? A lot of people are like, whatever, Priest, his time came and went sort of thing already. I noticed too online.
I think he got his chance to carry that banner, and he just kind of was what it was, and he had a glass ceiling, and it is what it is. He's not their next Undertaker, not as much as they wanted to make him one.
I like how they kind of spun him into like he's a Batman kind of character. He's like, I'm the Punisher. Like, I punish those who punish others or whatever.
I mean, that's the gimmick he was using on the Indies.
Well, Punishment Martinez, yeah, but I'm just, I like how it just came full circle and how he comes out with like the bat wings sometimes and shit. It kind of gives like, I don't know. It's like a Batman meets Frank Castle type combination. I kind of like it. But, okay, so now let's talk about this botch, okay?
You call it a botch. I call it them fucking floating the algorithm and watching everyone cry.
Okay, so that's your take on it, is that they did this purposefully?
Yeah.
Damn. So Blake Monroe, Mariah May, whatever you want to call her, and she's getting shitted on by sickos. We're going to get into that in a little bit. And, she fucked up this finish with Thea Hail and the referee, and some people are blaming the ref. I don't know. I say you got to call it as a shoot. JJ, you've worked in and around schools and feds and all that shit. Yep. How should refs be trained? Should they call it as a shoot? Should the ref know the whole finish? Why do refs sometimes just break this whole thing down? We can watch it quickly as well. Well, no. Give me your first thoughts. Like, should they call it as a shoot? How should people be trained? What the fuck's going on in WWE? Then let's watch this one. I want you to break it down.
So the ref should always know the finish going in. That's a given. In a case like this, you've got your ref. The refs have an earpiece. Like, it's not like they're out there blind. The ref has an earpiece. As far as what, because people are like, oh, this ball shouldn't be the finish. No, this is an era of unpredictability. And if he was like, for all we know, like, and this is just in theory or whatever, if people really want to write on this, it could have been him. It could have been them saying, we're taking it home, hearing it on the headset, and the ref just counting the 3. Here's the thing. NXT, it's filmed on Tuesday, but there's a delay. If there was a fuck up, they could have gone and redone the match. They could have fucking done it again. And granted,
is it aired on a delay?
Yeah. Yeah, it gets recorded. It gets recorded a little earlier in the day, so that way it's in the can and ready to go for 8 p.m.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not like way early, but it's yeah. They what do you call it? They film NXT and then they'll film like
but then
LFG
wouldn't the
stuff either
headlines
before or afterwards?
Wouldn't the headlines read though that then they refilmed a fucking ending to a match and then that's shittier? Like, well, whatever, the ref called it a shoot, just let it be a shoot for now. We'll fix it.
And that's a possibility. But the thing is, it's because no matter what, there was going to be someone talking some shit about this. But after watching this and breaking it down, this wasn't a botch. This was a matter of fans, especially internet fans, always think they know how a match is going to end. They think a match has to either end with a definitive finisher or it has to end with an eked out schoolboy / sunset flip type of fucking pin. This was neither of those, and it caught everyone off guard. And that equals clicks and views and fucking talk about it online.
And an era of unpredictability. When you go to this shit, you don't know what's legit going to happen. And I'm all for refs calling it like a shoot. Like, so the ref knows the finish. That's why a lot of the times you see like refs fuck up where, because they stop, the person doesn't kick out because they didn't realize it was the finish or that. Because sometimes the wrestlers can go to the finish, not, you know what I mean? Like they can get there a different way. The ref doesn't know, but I would rather the ref call it a shoot and everyone goes, what the fuck, than a fucking ref go 1, 2, then stop themselves when no one kicked out. Me personally. So it's like an iffy thing with the ref. So as far as I'm concerned, I think the ref does better. It does them better. And maybe I'm wrong on this, but I think the ref is better off counting it like a shoot, even if it's not the finish, but they're just like, what the fuck, they didn't kick out, and then begging for forgiveness after. I think that is the way to go about it, because it beats the hell out of like 1, 2, oh, I'm stopping even though they didn't kick out. Then you make everyone look stupid. This just made it like, okay, Blake didn't kick out. Are we shooting? What is this? What's going on? Like, what happened? Did you hurt? No. Is it a fuck up? What is it? I don't know. And then it piques curiosity, and then people tune in, and then we talk about it on the shows and get the clicks. So I just think overall counting it like a shoot is always the better way to go.
Absolutely.
So go ahead.
No, I just said absolutely.
So are you like in schools that you've been in and around and participated in, are these are people or like indies, whatever, are they being trained to fucking, or are the refs being told like, hey, call it like a shoot, but here's what the finish is? Like, can't that be confusing for some refs at a lower level or like who are just learning?
So that's why usually, like, if you're training to be a ref, you're usually thrown in there in like prelim matches. And if you are just learning, you get put in there with 2 people who have been there, you know, who have a bunch of time under their belt, who know what they're doing. You're not gonna take a guy who's, you know, green as grass and put him in there with 2 students who have been training the same amount of time as him, because that's the blind leading the blind.
Mm-hmm.
So if it's a newer ref, they're going to get some people with more experience guiding them along. Or if it's students, they're going to have a experienced ref who's going to be able to help lead them along. And that's the thing, is you need to always have that line of communication open before you go out there of who's, you know, you turn to the ref, you go, he's the heel, he's the face. He goes, here's the cutoff, here's the finish. You should always have that ready to go. That's the bare amount of info that should be given between the workers and the referee for when the match goes out. And sometimes a miscommunication happens. I can recall there was one show I was working once, and I was managing a tag team, And the ref in it was a guy who I'd known for years. I still know to this day, Vinny Lawrence. He's an amazing ref. And the finish was supposed to be, it was supposed to basically be like thrown out, a bunch of chaos and a bunch of, bullshit after the bell is rung. Vinny kind of slipped up and he ended up disqualifying my guys. And then we just went and did the thing. It didn't hurt anyone. It was just like the match was supposed to get thrown out, but we were declared disqualified. Whatever. We covered it. The crowd never knew. It was what it was.
Yeah. So in this instance, let's watch this here. And what makes me believe you a little bit on the whole, they did it for clicks, is the way that Thea and Blake sold it.
Uh-huh.
Like they both sold it so well. But then again, I just go, well, they're just consummate professionals, it's just fucking in their DNA to do this.
Oh, she got all of that. Is it enough?
And like that pin looks struggle city to not kick out of a struggle city pin. Like, so listen, what I mean by that, Chad, is if you're watching or if you're listening, like Blake almost seems like she doesn't want to get pinned here or didn't think, oh, there's going to be a pin here. Usually when that happens, a wrestler will fucking kick out at one. Or they'll fucking kick out. They'll give it the 1-2 kick out, but like a definitive, like, get off me. I didn't know you were covering me right now. JJ, you know what I mean, right? Like you'll buck out of that shit. How is she sort of struggling to get pinned here? Like, it looks like Thea's almost like pinned.
Oh, she got
they're
all
not. Look
of
at that.
Is it enough? And whoa!
And then just like arm up. It just almost felt like Blake would just buck her off right at 2. She wouldn't even make it like a deep false finish. And because at this part, it looks like she's just getting ready to roll into the next shit or whatever. Like she gets hit with this move and then like rolls a weird way.
I like that.
And then just how Thea sells it immediately. And she doesn't look at Blake and go, oh, I fucked up, I'm sorry, or anything like that. You know what I mean? And then they played. So wait. Did they accidentally play, quote unquote, accidentally play Blake's music as well for a second? Whose music was that?
I don't know. I haven't watched in a while to tell you.
Because they played it and shut it off. Let me see. Whose music is this? This is Blake's, right?
Finally, has it happened?
Or is that Thea's theme? I don't know.
I haven't heard Thea's theme.
I'm such a noob with these themes.
Finally, has it happened?
What happened?
There's a lot of confusion right now. The official is looking down at Mike Rome. We saw that.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. This could be a wonky way of getting Blake to the fucking other title or whatever. And
they're getting ready to send Blake up to the main roster.
I don't know, man. I'm willing to believe that could have been a worked shoot, I guess. But either way, the mystery, it's still real to me, damn it. Like, the mystery's alive. Just the way they both sold it so well. Like, Blake wasn't like, fuck. She didn't even, like, dip her head to, like, talk to Thea, like, And then the dirt sheets came out with stories saying that everyone in WWE was scrambling to figure out what to do because they fucking they filmed a bunch of content with Blake as champion and Thea not as champion and da. And so I don't know, like, could that could have fucked things up too, or is that part of the story? Is that just them telling the dirt sheet shit to add fuel to the fire?
Probably. I don't trust a damn thing any of these dirt sheets say, bro.
Yeah, dude, I'm with you. Ladies and gentlemen, Wolverine DX for 10. Oh my god, a huge support. Thank you so much. I acknowledge you.
Acknowledge me.
Wolverine DX for 10 says, I thought Slater being the number one contender was to help TNA ahead of the premiere January, since he holds the X Division title. My friend first saw him on SNME and loved him. Oh, so you're saying like so your friend first saw him on Saturday Night Main Event and was like, who the fuck is that guy? And that's why Cena wanted that to happen as well. Okay? So that fucking rules. So thank you for that. And then I thought Slater being the number one contender was to help TNA ahead of the premiere January. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Slater versus Femi, they're going to, you know what I mean, be on AMC. The premiere is January 15, I think is their first show or whatever. So you're spot on in that assessment. That's likely why they're doing it. And it's more of the invasion, more or less. TNA is still invading. NXT is still invading TNA a little bit. So Thank you so much for everyone. Round of applause for Wolverine DX. Also, Full Circle Radio Network, and also if you're trying to save money on a VPN, down below, 75% off, 3 free months. NordVPN, there's a link down below. Shout them out. And Dubby as well.
Dubby.gg. Use the code Full Circle Radio at checkout for 10% off.
There you go. You get a little double fill the shill here because we are simulcasting, and my friend JJ's over there. He's got to shill his stuff as well.
Yeah.
So check it out, man. So here is we talked about John Cena and his retirement. In lighter news of all of that, here is Big Boom AJ or Big Justice or the Rizzler or whichever one this guy is. Lex, which guy is this?
I don't know.
Me neither.
I think that's
wow,
Big
Scott,
Justice.
Scott, that was not cool, dude. That was not cool. He's losing weight. This kid is shaping up to be a really good young man here. But this is the Chicky Bakey kid. That's all I know. The Chicky Bake or whatever.
Yeah, that's Big Justice.
There you go. So he sees John Cena and marks out about it, and Barstool Sports posts this, and he can't help but react to it. He's not in shock and awe of any AEW wrestlers like this. He'll fucking fight them, literally. And I'm sure Tony Khan's like, oh, I'm not going to put up with this shit. You're my property. Like, they had to delete that video with the WWE title. I wonder if they were made to delete this, or that's why Barstool posted this, so they didn't have to fucking delete it.
What? It's John Cena.
Cena's like, oh, Make-A-Wish kid.
Yeah, dude.
You seen this movie? Yeah. I don't know if you're allowed in.
Is that at a movie or what? That's like a premiere or something? I don't know. Cena rules.
No, I think it was at a WWE event, and I don't think you're allowed in because he's on AEW.
So speaking of events and people crossing over and being in AEW and all this shit, Dave Meltzer, who once referred to Bad Bunny in the year he was the most streamed artist on Spotify, just in general, he called him an ethnic celebrity. Okay? And Bad Bunny then was recently at a CMLL show, but out of respect for WWE, because he is a WWE superstar, he fucking showed up in a lucha mask, ran in the front row, ran out the back quickly into a truck, watched Mystico wrestle, and Dave was like, oh, yeah, CMLL, it's so hot, Brian. And meanwhile, unmasked, Bad Bunny at his concert had Penta and all of the AAA talent there, and they were partying with him and having a grand... So here's him dapping him up live during the concert. Bad Bunny chilling, putting Penta on the screen on the Tron there. Penta just laying in the cut, partying with Bad Bunny. So I bet Dave would just call him an ethnic celebrity again.
Yeah.
Mahones, Cuervo. I'm surprised Cuervo wasn't there, Brian.
Mexicans don't know who he is, Brian.
Yeah. Mexican. Jarrett is 1/3 Mexican, Brian, and he doesn't know who he is.
Brian, some form of Mexican.
He's literally holding Penta's mask. He's literally holding Penta's mask up on the truck. Hey, come on, bro.
Pay for your edition of CapCut. Stop using the free one.
And then he showed up in CMLL like wearing a lucha mask and ran out the back door,
right,
out of respect and shit. So Dave again won't mention this at all. And he brought, I think, the AAA wrestlers, some of them on stage. Yeah, dude, he has Mr. Iguana, Octagons up there, dude. I'm sure La Hiedra's up there, dude. La Parca's right there, dude. They're dead, dude. La Parca. Oh, yeah. I mean, come on, dude. Shimon Lee, as Chris Tucker would say. No, dude, I can't wait for Rush Hour 4 or 5 or whichever one. So Speaking of being over in the top music artists in the world, WWE and Drake and OVO, October's very own, have officially collaborated, and they dropped it. Now, we know that Drake was in private at one of these WWE shows. We know that Ricochet and the Sickos have tried to get Kendrick Lamar and Drake to come to their shows, even though Drake's like, are you fucking kidding me? But yeah, Drake is only going to be involved with like, you know, the top shit when it comes to like his branding and everything like that. And apparently he's recently become like a fan of WWE, or he has been for a while, I guess, but he loves Rhea Ripley. We've covered all of that, all of those things. And yeah, now OVO has a collab with WWE. And I mean, it's good for them, like cool, whatever. Good for both of them. But honestly, I looked at this earlier today and I think all of this shit is whack. I'm not going to lie. I think the only nice thing is this Bret Hart shirt. I think this Bret Hart shirt is fly. I think this like hockey jersey, if the owl wasn't on it on the front,
I kind of dig the owl.
I'm not even like against the owl logo either. Like I'm not shitting on OVO overall. Like this jersey's pretty nice, and I'm not just saying this because it's the two Bret Hart things. Like this Rock shirt, that's lame. This Taker with the owl, I mean, I don't like that at all. Then just October's very own, but it's Stone Cold, hell yeah. And then OVO 316. It's like that's the most lamest, obvious. So you're just partnering with. If I made a deal with WWE PWT 316 or like made a PWT NWO logo shirt, like that's the most obvious thing everybody's done. Yep. And it's like 316. So it's the 316 selling the shirt.
Right.
You
so
know, like
it's the NWO logo, it's the knockoff ECW logo.
Like Undertaker and the Rock's Brahma Bull have been selling shirts for fucking years, man. You know, like it doesn't need your fucking just you stamping the owl on it doesn't do anything. But then it's good for pro wrestling because then maybe some OVO marks like wear this shit and then like it promotes wrestling in that way. The Raw is War. OVO is Raw. Okay, well, here's the problem. Travis Scott showed up on Raw just wearing a WWF Raw's War shirt or whatever the fuck, bro. Like, no, like this shit isn't that cool. I gotta be honest. Spray painting OVO over an NWO shirt.
Yeah, like
that.
Okay, that negates the point.
Right. Now, I think this is the tough enough, or this is the No Way Out or Elimination Chamber fucking logo or whatever. Maybe the No Way Out logo.
I thought that was supposed to be a rep on the ECW logo.
Maybe it is. I don't know, dude. Listen, that I don't really like either. The OVO, just the plain OVO WWE. Okay. And I'm not trying to be a hater, but honestly, man, like none of it, like the OVO cap with the NWO logo. Yeah. They could have just made that. They didn't even need to partner with, you know how many fucking people do that already as it is? So like how many podcasts and shit do that, or fucking people who make merch for their
everybody
whatever
and
the fuck
their mother.
Yeah, has done an NWO thing. And it's because it's still cool, but OVO just went for like the obvious, and then the Raw's War. Like, yeah, that's dope, but people have already shown up on WWE TV just wearing the old WWF. Like, if you're not like, I don't know, OVO is Raw. It's like, I don't know, dude. I'm not feeling any of this shit. I got to be honest. The Bret Hart shirt, I think, is the best because that's just a fresh tee right there. Like, I would just wear that. So, yeah, that's my opinion on it. And, yeah, good for them. Speaking of good for them, so Mick Foley, and maybe this should be in the sicko segment because
Dynamite's 12 minutes into the overrun and Moxley's cutting a backstage promo.
Yeah, well, what time did it start at? There's an hour. It's a 3-hour Dynamite.
Oh, it is? Oh, geez.
Yeah,
no wonder.
3-hour Dynamite. So, yeah.
Okay, sorry.
No, don't be sorry. So, Mick Foley, and maybe this should have been in the sicko segment because I don't know, Mick Foley, like he got everyone like Ricochet and Jim Cornette. Like Jim Cornette's like, oh, I love Mick Foley and agree with him because he fucking really hates Trump and he's parted ways with WWE because so many of their talents fuck with Trump or whatever. And the one thing is that Ricochet was like, I never thought I'd agree with this old loser, talking about Jim Cornette. But it's like, Ricochet, you would never say that to your bosses, bro. Like, they're big Trump guys too. So
right, like I pointed that out, and I had a bunch of basement goblins in my fucking mentions, fucking talking shit.
It's like, bro, shut the fuck up, man. Like, that's what makes him cringe. It's like, that doesn't even get you heat. It's just cringy, dude.
Right.
And so I don't know, dude. JJ, last time you were on, a bunch of people in the YouTube comments said we have TDS, and then on fucking Twitter, I get told I sweep for Trump and shit like that. So there's no pleasing people. But Foley, this is big news. He states he's departing ways with WWE due to the company's relationship with Trump. And he says, I no longer wish to represent a company that coddles a man so seemingly void of compassion as he marches our country towards autocracy. Last night, I informed WWE Talent Relations that I would not be making any appearances for the company as long as this man remains in office. Have a nice day. Bang, bang. Did I do a good Mick Foley? I don't know.
I don't know. You were definitely you were close to the mark. Unfortunately, your Mick and your Tony Khan sound very similar.
Yeah, my Tony Khan. Oh, Tony Khan, I'm in duress right now. This is Tony Khan in duress. Mick Foley, he's got there's a bit of an accent on that. Yeah, it's kind of close. We'll get it down. But Mick Foley says he cannot believe how some of his WWE coworkers stand with President Donald Trump. But it's like, bro, a bunch of people don't get how people stand with Biden. Like, you can't let this shit trigger you that much. You know what I mean? Politicians, for the most part, they all just are trying to steal your money. So I don't know. But Donald Trump, though, so Rob Reiner was fatally murdered by his son, allegedly. And that happened. And then Trump did put out this tweet, like, accusing him of TDS and shit. And it's just like, bro, you got to fucking save that. Like, there's a time and a place when people just, like, viciously die or whatever in Minecraft. Like, there's a time, like, chill. You know what I mean? We're not everyone's a fucking stand-up comedian fucking cracking off their 9/11 jokes or whatever there, you know? Like, people just relax, you know? Like, you don't gotta he was a great man, but he had TDS. It's like, okay, dude, come the fuck on.
I'm so sick of hearing that term.
Yeah, so fucking Mick Foley just went off and he's like, I can't be associated with WWE, which is the main takeaway from this because this is a wrestling pod. So yeah, Mick Foley, dude, I don't know. Maybe that's fucked, but like, just be removed from wrestling then. And all of media is kind of starting to lean that way, as we're seeing again. And I don't know what other. It's not like Mick Foley's like, I'm going to AEW now and going to represent them. But if Tony throws a shitload of money at him and he takes it, then he's just going to make himself look hypocritical.
Exactly.
That's all it is. So
exactly,
yeah.
And that's the issue there, is because it's either place you go, like, that's the way it is. And like, if this is just Mick standing on his principles, I have no issue with it whatsoever. Like, if he wants to hold steadfast to his principles, good on him. If anyone wants to come at me, I've been a registered independent since I was 18 years old. So
I ran as an independent. Why don't you tell me what I'm registered at? I ran as an independent in Minnesota before I went to the Baja.
But yeah, like, it's just, people are gonna, and this is why, like, when I messaged you earlier today and I said, I'm gonna give you this prediction, but I'm not gonna tweet it, because no matter what I say, I'm gonna get flack from one person or another.
And what was that prediction?
The prediction is that when the ratings for Dynamite come out tonight, Dave's excuse for it being hovering, like, for it hardly cracking 500K again, is going to be because of, well, also the pre-tape, but because Trump is doing a live address at 9 p.m.
Oh, you think he's going to use... Oh, so there's like a Trump thing. You think he's going to use that as an excuse, like, oh, well, the hockey game was on, or Fox News.
Yeah,
he's gonna
it's going to be
Trump
it was on 5 channels.
Dude, yeah. I can't wait. I hope to God that happens. I love when they have... Well, Black Panther was on TBS, Brian. I love when they fucking... Yeah. I love when they do that shit, dude. I love when they have an excuse for, like, another show.
Right.
Or like a presidential address or whatever.
Right.
So yeah, I guess Mick Foley, I wish him well, but yeah, just don't take those con bucks, or else you're just gonna look like a hypocrite. hypocrite.
He does hold true to his morals from what I've seen, because like when Elon bought Twitter, he said, I'm done with Twitter, and he hasn't been on Twitter since. So
Yeah, well, that, ladies and gentlemen, was WWF. So, yes, ladies and germs, what else do we got here? I have another segment, okay? We've got another one in the tank here, and this one's going to be fun. How's everybody feeling, chat? Let me know how you guys are feeling about Holiday Bash. Patreon.com/ProWrestleTimes. Come support there. I've been dropping tons of content. I have another video coming out. Maybe I'll just drop it like Friday for you guys. I think I dropped one on Monday. And yeah, we're reacting to all the Botchamanias over there. And check out Squared Circle Radio Network on YouTube.
Full Circle Radio. He just
Full
did
Circle. I did it again, dude. I botched. Speaking of Botchamania.
Yeah.
Full
Yeah.
Circle Radio Network, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I'm currently it's rendering as we speak in the background. The Defiant TV Memories episode that I recorded with Phil a little over a week ago, the newest edition of Wildcard Cinema, and we're getting ready to do a new episode of Cinematic Jackass this weekend. So.
Hell yeah, that rules. Wolverine DX for I read that super chat. Thank you so much, dude, for that. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we have another segment I'm going to throw on. And this Dynamite, I mean, it's Orange Cassidy. It's like is this gonna go till the end? I'm checked out now once it turns into this shit every single week. Like, Cassidy's just not gonna work. I don't get why people don't get that. And shout out, there was like 370 to 380 in that range watching there. So thank you all so much for tuning in. Make sure you hit like, subscribe, retweet, all that good shit. Let's I'm gonna chug some water down. Everybody hydrate.
Yeah.
Because it's time for nobody's favorite segment. And I got to wet the whistle for this one. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for nobody's favorite segment, and it is called So, guys, people have been melting down, arguing, getting mad about Cena's final match. One instance was this guy D-Bone, who's like, thanks for ruining the fucking GOAT's last run, WWE. Hope the business fucking fails. And then you look at it, and he's the graphic designer for the Pat McAfee show. And I was just like, I'm sure Pat McAfee appreciates you wanting some of the people who pay him to die. Amateur hour. I don't know. I just taking my shots there. So, Conrad, the mortgage guy. So Conrad Thompson. Now, we covered this the other day. Oh, come on, Phil. That's not very fair. And so I responded to Raj here. He's like, real Jeff Jarrett gets it. And I go, I love Raj, but this 3-day-long cope session has got to end. Jeff Jarrett watched Daniel Bryan get retired by being suffocated with a plastic bag and Mox tank AEW's ratings for a year after and didn't say a word. People were following Gunther to his vehicle and shit. And then Conrad goes, hey. He goes, chat me up about, I don't know if you know this, Phil, but Jeff works for AEW. And I quote tweeted it. I'm like, that's exactly why I brought it up.
Right.
Why do you think I brought it up?
You fucked up. You fucked up.
Put the fucking fork down, Conrad.
And somebody, oh, come on. That's not very fair, JJ, to insinuate I'm a round guy. I'm a heavy set guy.
Motherfucker, I am a goddamn amputee. I still make it to the fucking gym to make sure I don't end up looking like him.
I'm here for it. Chat me up about having one leg at Starcade 97 and didn't have a fucking tan. And if you head down below, you can spray yourself on spray tan. Save 20% on spray tan and save Conrad.com.
Go ahead and put me on screen.
So 22 MU, he's holding his fucking leg up, dude. He's holding it up in the air, dude. and it's tattied. So this guy here says he does. His booking never drew a dime, but he has a childlike hatred for Banana Nose. Maybe he sits this one out. And then Conrad goes, "You follow me, bud." Okay, this whole "you follow me" thing, you gotta just cut that shit out. I followed fucking Meltzer until he fucking blocked me, and I still hated on the guy. And look at Conrad now. Like, I wasn't under here arguing with Conrad. Look at him arguing with all these people under my comments, dude. I was like, whoa. I answered to like one or two things. I retweeted him saying, "Oh, come on now, Eric." He said it, dude, because someone said it to him. So this guy goes, "His biased and works for AEW and hates WWE. He's biased." Speaking to Jeff Jarrett, I don't believe that. I don't believe that. Like, I believe it in a way that Jeff Jarrett is going to go to bat for, like, he's going to point out a negative in WWE then before he's going to point out a negative in AEW, because they're paying him, right? So like, I don't blame him for that. But Jeff Jarrett also he said that it was one of the worst finishes of all time. Meanwhile, he's been a part of some of the worst finishes of all time, you know? So like, I just don't think
the fucking beach.
Yeah, man. It's like, I don't think he's the arbiter. He's the guy we should be listening to on this one. You know what I'm saying? But every expert thinks this is brilliant. Honestly, it's all you need to know in the end. Sting retirement is how you do business the wrong way. I don't know. I think Sting's retirement just isn't what people gas it up to be. I'm sorry it wasn't. Like, in my opinion, and it doesn't really even register when you think about, like, maybe if you know the guys. I get it that Conrad knows some of these people, so that's why he's like fucking biased one way or the other. I get it, but at the same time, it's like, come on, dude, relax. He's arguing with all these people. Like, we're not hating on Jeff Jarrett here. Like, I'm not hating on him. I'm not calling him a shill. I'm not calling him biased. I'm just pointing out the truth. Like, he didn't say shit about Daniel Bryan getting suffocated with a bag. Why does he care about this scene? Like, you know what I mean, dude? It wasn't that bad. So I don't get why you didn't have a comment for that, I guess. But so this guy goes, let's see. Oh, Conrad goes, "So you shared your opinion, but Jeff can't share his?" I don't think anyone said he can't. I just think they're saying it's a bad opinion.
How does he hate
interest? What's that?
It's all the conflict of interest.
Right. It's fair to say that there's a level of biases, whatever you want. I'm redacted. How does he hate WWE? That's not very fair. If you don't like one piece of creative, you hate the entire company. Come again? So he's saying he hates WWE. This guy did say that. You hate WWE. So Conrad on point. Right. Then this guy goes, "Do you realize he wasn't working a program with Triple H when he insulted him on Dynamite? He made an attack on his appearance while working for another company. Why would a grown man do that?" And Conrad goes, "Same reason Hunter called AEW a pissant company when Billy Gunn went into the WWE Hall of Fame, to stir up people like you on social media. Chat me up about Blue Chews. No, to stir people up like you on social media." And then this guy goes, "And Hunter lost credibility with that opinion, right? Because his opinion was biased and in this case uneducated." Boom. So this guy keeping the same energy. He is keeping this guy's saying, look, so Hunter called it like that was petty. And, you know, that was a biased opinion, him calling it a pissant company, right? So just keeping the same logic. And then Conrad says, "No, sir, he was trying to be entertaining. He's not a newscaster." Okay, fair enough, I guess. And then this guy goes, "So you admit Jeff's opinions are colored towards his current employer's point of view? If so, that adds a whole new layers to Jeff's opinion about SNME now, doesn't it?" And then Conrad's like, "I'm saying folks begging for him to be critical of his own team have never been on a team." Yeah, see, so Conrad, like, here's the problem, Conrad, is I never said that, right? And then what Conrad did, so this is just in bad faith, and I hate using that term, but it is, and I'm going to explain why. Because Conrad insinuated or is saying, I've never been on a fucking team. That's retarded to assume that about me, A. But B, I never said that. You just added that. You're like, "I'm not sure if you're aware Jeff Jarrett works in AEW." No, I know. I know that. That's why I brought up AEW, because he works there. Now, I'm the first guy who agrees with Conrad here in the sense that, yes, you go to bat for your team. You don't like, I get why Jarrett's not going to bury AEW, but what you're doing is just, what Conrad's doing is fanning the flames of people are bias and shit. And he pointed again. This is a Dave Meltzer move. What Conrad did. You didn't need to say this to begin with. Now you're spurging out like a moron, arguing with all these people who, off of some shit you invented in your head, Conrad. I don't know if you knew this, but Jeff works for AEW. Yeah, I know. And then when I quote tweeted and said that's precisely why I brought AEW up, I don't think he responded to that at all. He just argued with these marks under here. So don't go. This is why this is in the sicko segment, Conrad. You're going into sicko territory now. But folks begging for him to be critical. No, I'm not begging. I'm just pointing out. All I said was I love Raj, but this is a 3-day cope session. You guys are begging Jeff to get it. Jeff Jarrett gets it. And then even Conrad was like, is it a cold day in hell? Dave Meltzer and Jeff Jarrett agree? That's what Dave said. Dave Meltzer and Jeff Jarrett agree. It's like, yeah, so he's probably wrong. You know what I mean, dude? So it's probably an old, out of touch, bad opinion and bias towards AEW. No? I think we can all just agree that Jeff Jarrett and Dave Meltzer all lean that way. So it's like you just made something up in your head. All I did was point it out. I just refuted Jeff's point. He doesn't need to be critical of anything. I'm just reminding everyone this is what he watched happen in AEW and didn't say a word, let alone calling Cena's finish the worst of all time. So
that was just
like we can agree that Danielson getting choked out with a plastic bag was a worse finish.
Absolutely.
But, yeah. So to say the worst finish of all time, like, you know, you would think Jeff would say something about it regardless of what company it was, but it doesn't matter. You know, Danielson, it was way worse and whatever. Like Conrad, you just invented. And look, I'm not going to read all these, but he's just arguing with sickos. So this guy goes, and you're a pretty hard shill for them. Oh, come on, Eric. Shout out Smoking Jesus. Doesn't even follow PWT and still hits the, oh, come on now, Eric. Dude, crazy. And then Conrad goes, oh, come on, Eric. And he says it, dude. Right. And then I liked and retweeted it. That's all. Like, I'm not going to go back and forth.
Oh, come on now, Eric.
My energy and time. Like, that's crazy, man. So this was fucking funny. I had a laugh. And, yeah, if we were comparing WWE to AEW, I would agree with you. But the discussion isn't about a promotional rivalry. Jeff shared his opinion on creative. Yeah, so I'm just pointing out that. So again,
speaking of retirements, how did yours go, Jeff?
Well, exactly. He was going to do a retirement tour, then they just dropped it out of nowhere.
Yeah.
And again, you don't have to call out your company, but you don't call that out like the worst of all time. And that's where Conrad, you're just moving the goalposts. You made it about, well, he works for AEW, so he's not going to shit on them. Okay, but he's saying this thing is the worst of all time. So clearly he's not going to say something in AEW is the worst of all time. Right, Conrad? Even though it's objectively worse, we can all agree. That's all we're saying. And then you turned it into this whole, like you're arguing with people who are just, I mean, it's all good. They're going to spin it their own way. But that's hilarious that he had a melty under my responses. Sorry. Didn't mean to cause that. And I think there was some more of, there was Raj Giri. I think I might have bookmarked. So, yeah, Jeff Jarrett was just like the time-honored tradition. That is the biggest bunch of bullshit I've ever heard. Yeah, it is. Exactly. You know why? Because as I pointed out, nobody loses their last match. HBK, Triple H, Undertaker, Ric Flair, Hulk Hogan, Bruno Sammartino. Even someone pointed out Lou Thez went to a draw in his last match. They all won their last matches. They all didn't lose. That's like that's all the GOATs right there. The Rock won his last match. In that,
The Rock's not done.
Yeah, well, he may or may not be, but he won his
and
last.
To be fair, Flair's first retirement, he went out on his back.
Amazing, yeah, but he didn't go out that way. So Cena actually goes out the time-honored way, but all these old fogies are like bringing up the time-honored. That's bullshit. He shouldn't lose, so he should win his last match like everyone's done ever. who all the goats, they run a special. So Conrad Thompson, oh, come on, Phil, that's not very fair, should run a last match. John Cena's last match at Save with Conrad, 20% off.com. Like, you know what the fuck I'm saying, dude? So Conrad Thompson should put together Starcade or Starcast or whatever so Cena can have a last match and get his win back. Like, come on, man. What are we talking about here? He's the only guy to go out this way. And so even through Hulkamania days, Jeff Jarrett just gives an ass take. This is an old guy. Like, they're all just repeating this same fucking take. And I think they're all off on this one. I got
that, but for Jeff Jarrett to say, oh, this is a bunch of horse shit, when Jerry Jarrett, if he was still alive, would absolutely slap the fuck out of his son if he had fucking said that in his presence.
Well, not only that, like, Jarrett bash at the beach, bro.
Right.
Like, come on, man. Jarrett was involved in some of the TNA bullshit that everyone was fucking tired of. So
Jarrett
it's like
burying people for 5 fucking years when the company first started, but he wants.
But I'm also like,
I
I love Jeff Jarrett. I'm not going to shit on him. Like, thank God he started TNA and was booking it and all that. Like, I didn't mind the Jarrett Reign of Terror, just like I didn't mind the Triple H Reign of Terror. Like, sometimes that's
there
gotta
were some
happen,
indies
but-
around here when he did it.
Yeah, so like exactly, like on the personal level, a lot of, like, you know, you started when, like 07 or whatever.
I started back in 04.
Yeah, 04. So it's like that's right around, you know, TNA. When did they come out? Like 02, 03?
02, yeah, 02. Yeah. Yeah, no, because there was a indie fed in Jersey up here that this was back when you could buy into, you still can, but you could make yourself an NWA affiliate if you paid a yearly fee. And that was when people started jumping in on it again, because if you bought in, became part of the NWA, then you could get access to, you know, TNA, because TNA had just started on Fox Sports Net. So there was a company in Jersey. They were called, it's the company where the infamous Lex, I don't know, bit came from, where he lost to a t-shirt. Cyberspace Wrestling. They became NWA Cyberspace. And the thing was, they started, Billy Firehawk was the owner. He was a wrestler from Smoky Mountain days and stuff. He would bring in a lot of TNA guys, and he brought in Jarrett, and like the trade-off, and Jarrett was the NWA champ at the time, but he had to have his freaking, Jarrett was just like, no, you got to give me your belt too.
Wow.
And so like random indie in Jersey, Jarrett had to freaking be the champ while he was NWA champion. And then he didn't show up for half the fucking shows after they put the belt on him. Like,
damn, dude.
Yeah.
Well, you said it's the single dumbest finish in the history of the business. Meanwhile, like, wasn't he there for the finger poke of doom or whatever?
Sure was.
Like, that's crazy, dude. So Meltzer says, really, Jeff, was it a dumber finish than when you were announced on the first Dynamite this year that you signed your last wrestling contract with AEW and you wanted one last ride for gold, but then Tony just dropped the retirement tour completely with no explanation. I gotta give him a heart for that, because it's so true. It's like, come on, man, there's no way it's worse than that. And so Ric Flair talked about the retirement action, and he said, well, the reason the retirement tour worked well for Sting is because no one at AEW is worth putting over.
Right.
So in WWE, like, is Gunther not worth putting over? That's crazy for Flair to say that, though, dude. Oh my God. Oh, that's crazy.
The best guys,
dude.
Tony Khan.
My energy drink went south. Fuck AEW now.
Oh my God, man. So El Plethora posted, so you agree he needed a big win. All right. And so Meltzer said, Cena went from someone who would eat a dog alive, a helper of unattended sex pests, and someone whose fans are Make-A-Wish kids and dudes with Down syndrome, to someone who WWE could have let retire with a win and go out on top. This is why IWC criticism gets ignored. And so this guy here, the same guy, Cena will learning anything that makes him look human and be more marketable. This dude is the PR god. He was dick riding BTS for promo back in 2020. He would eat a dog alive if it was the new trendy thing to do. And then the same guy goes, it makes sense. You'd love Cena. His biggest fans are Make-A-Wish kids and dudes with Down syndrome. And then he says, Cena when there's an unattended sex pest needing his help, and then a nod. Yeah, so just fucking sickos. And then this guy here, and this is the guy that El Plethora was saying, like, so you agree needed a big win. So this guy's like, Gunther's credibility has been completely compromised since losing to fucking Jey Uso.
Oh my fucking God, get over
So then
it.
Plethора's like, so then he should have beat Cena, right? And then this guy goes, okay, sure, but your argument was that he was a monster heel that was unbeatable, but that wasn't the case. He folded against Punk after seeing his own blood and tapped to Jey Uso. Would have not been insane to let Cena go with a win over a 40-year-old guy that has shown he chokes on big moments and small ones considering the Jey loss. Just has to bury Jey. Cena already lost to Lesnar, Dom, and Cody and Jey at the Royal Rumble in this run, and if you go back, even fucking Theory and Solo have wins over the guy. He could have gone out on top.
Oh my God.
Yeah, but that's Vince shit, bro. That's Vince shit. That's the problem. Like Theory, shouldn't have beat Cena then.
Right, Theory and Solo is Vince. Yeah, and just Dom went over dirty, like super dirty.
Yeah.
Brock went over because Brock's sticking around past this year, and he still needs to maintain that he's a world beater.
Right.
And just, I am so sick of this fucking this stupid narrative about Gunther being old. Dude is 38, is healthy as a fucking horse.
Yeah, that's the
works
prime in
safe.
wrestling. Yeah.
He is going to be working a full-time schedule till he is 50. Like, that's 12 years of get ready for it. Like,
yeah. And he's already like has mega heat, dude. And if they, I don't know, I say they should just have him retire everybody and we'll just drink people's tears. I fucking love it, dude. Speaking of tears, we have Brian. So a little Dave Meltzer dumb moment of the week action, but it's more Brian Alvarez. Flutes in the chat though. So here's trying Brian. DMW goes down tomorrow live on YouTube, by the way, guys. But Brian's just completely tells a bunch of lies here and completely is just wrong about all of this. So let's listen to what he says.
All right. Well, the whole point of this is to get Gunther over as the killer, blah, blah. I'm not stupid, obviously, okay? But first off, when the match started, the fans were chanting, F you, Gunther.
Yes, because he's fighting Cena.
And Gunther had tremendous heat before anything even happened.
Right. So then you amplify that. Anybody would have had the surface level heat Gunther had. They weren't saying fuck you, Gunther, because it was Gunther. It's a little bit of that, but they were saying fuck you. Yeah, it's whatever big heel they put in front of Cena was getting motherfucked.
And just weeks ago, he was getting cheered, actually.
Okay, but the point is he's already.
And then he just brushes over that good point. And that's which lends to my point. So thank you, Tom Lawler, because it's whoever Cena was facing was getting booed like that.
I know. He's already a star. He's already a killer. Okay, so fine.
No, but it's like, oh, he's there. So just stifle it. Don't add any more, like don't fan the flames. Don't have Austin Theory unmasked. Don't get anyone else mega over. Like that. Is that what you're saying, Bri? He's such a dumbass. And then meanwhile, he cries about they don't pull the trigger on people. What about Gunther? He's had one world title run. Like everybody's been hyping him up forever. Like Dave was talking about back when Gunther was in Europe. Oh, they're doing magnificent things in Europe, Brian.
No, they boo or whatever. So then.
And then Brian just lies here. He just lies through his teeth.
They're doing the match, blah, blah, blah. If he would have put him in the sleeper, John Cena goes out. Yeah, you could argue, okay, now he's got a little more heat because he also retired John Cena. But as soon as John Cena gave up, the fans shifted their anger from Gunther to Triple H.
No, it was towards
Not
both
true.
of them. Yeah, that's a lie. So, yes, they were mad at Triple H, but it wasn't shifted. They were booing The Office, and they booed Gunther, and they cheered Cody Rhodes.
So now, is Gunther the guy that people are going to be really angry at for?
As we saw in Raw, yes.
This? No, they're angry at Triple H.
No, they're not. They're angry
You're
at Gunther.
angry
And
at
maybe they're
Triple
angry
H,
at Triple
Brian.
H, but by the next pay-per-view, yeah, you're angry at Triple H, dude. By the next PLE, when he shows up in wherever they're at, like everyone's going to forget about this shit. After the Rumble, everyone's going to be like, Triple H cooking.
If John Cena would have just fallen asleep in the sleeper.
No, that would have been dumb because then he has to fake, wake up and fucking,
Right.
was I just unconscious there? What happened? I don't remember the last 65 seconds.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, no, Brian, that's a terrible idea. And Cena's trying to tell a story. He's trying to tell this story of like, the kids will be all right. Smile on my face. I'm going to let go. I'm choosing to let go. I'm letting go right now. This is it for me.
It's
it was a fun ride.
And I think Bubba Ray said it, but like I was thinking of the same thing when it happened. It's literally Obi-Wan right before he gets struck down by Vader.
Yeah, no, Bully Ray, even John Cena posted that Obi-Wan smiling, and that's the thing too, dude. That's the thing, and I pointed this out. I did a member show where I ranted about all this. That's the thing. Pro wrestling isn't a movie. When Raj Giri and these guys are like, "Oh, because at the end of the movie, no, this isn't the end of the movie.
Right.
This is like the closing of a chapter. It's a saga.
This was Empire Strikes Back. This was Infinity War.
Bro. Pro wrestling is comic books. There's like a sacred timeline where everything's canon. So, and then some people say, okay, well, house shows and shit like that, that's not really canon. This is the canon, is whatever the fuck. Okay, if you want to have those arguments, fine. But in pro wrestling, you only get one run, dude. It's just, this is what happened. It's comic books. It's not movies. Now, there's the end of sagas and the end of chapters and da-da-da-da-da. But just like the death of Superman, dude.
Mm-hmm.
Superman's dead. Yeah. Who the fuck sings that again? I can't
Our
remember.
Lady Peace. I'm going to see him in April.
Yeah.
You know,
it's just, this is comic books. This isn't Avengers. This isn't the movies.
This is Infinity War.
Yeah, this is Infinity War. Exactly. It's just a beat in, it's a saga, bro. It's Star Wars. It's like, we're going to start in episode 4 and fucking tell you the story before you get the full, or whatever, right? Like, it's Ben Kenobi, dude. It's not this fucking, sometimes like Rocky doesn't end fucking happy, maybe necessarily every time, right? Even the latest Rocky movie where Sylvester Stallone was like Rocky 6, he fucking lost or whatever. But
right, he lost by decision, but he was happy. He left not having won, but he had his head held high. That's the exact same thing. Right.
Exactly. And Rocky's a great example because Rocky, there's like 12 fucking entries in that universe. You know what I mean? It's not like, oh, here's an action movie.
And
here's like, here's a Jackie Chan movie, The Medallion. He rescues the girl and gets the medallion securely back in place or whatever. End of movie. Like, it's a saga.
Yeah. Nobody seems to remember that at the end of Rocky 1, Rocky didn't win.
Yeah. So it's crazy.
There are going to be some fans that were still angry that he lost, but you can shift the heat to Gunther or whatever. But man, since Hunter,
and then here's more lies. Since Hunter took over, listen to this lie.
Not once ever have people booed his decisions.
Yes, they did, and they even chanted Edge at him, and you guys accused him of running away from answering real questions. Oh, they do the press conferences with the dirt sheets so they don't have to face the fans, and then they do the post shows in front of the fans, and they're doing that so they don't have to face the journalists, and all he's had is people parody him, make fun of him.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, people mark out and cheer for him too.
SummerSlam. When the crowd behind him was chanting, "We want Cross," and he was like, "Yeah, we gave you Brock," because you can't tell me that people haven't been fucking singling him out.
The R-Truth situation.
Mm-hmm.
Think about this is just a bold face, like Brian Alvarez. You're punchy, bro. Like you're old, and I don't know what's up with you, dude. You need to you've hit your head too many times or something.
Booed him, heckled his booking.
No one's heckled him. Yeah, they're chanted Edge at him at the last show, bro. What are you talking about?
Heckled somebody that he chose to be a top guy, not one single time. And this time they did. That tells you how bad this finish was.
No, it just tells me you're retarded because you just made up a bunch of stuff and then attributed it to how bad this finish was.
I'm super fucking tired of this whole, the crowd was chanting AEW. 7 guys standing in a line were doing it. 7.
It was like 4 people, dude. It was fucking ridiculous. So Brian Alvarez says, we learned from Sting that you can win your retirement match and it's not going to kill the business. What the fuck are you talking about? AEW's business is dead as shit. It's deader than dead. It was dying then. And Sting's retirement was just Darby doing sicko shit. It didn't show anybody anything. It just showed that you can work a money mark out of getting a fucking big pay run to fucking beat 50% of the roster, go undefeated, vacate titles, and not put anyone over.
Never have a singles match in the entire run.
That's all it proves, dude.
I kept saying we learned from Sting that you can win your retirement match and it's not going to kill the business, and in fact, it like makes people happy. But it's not even that we learned from Sting.
And like they're talking about killing the business. Did this kill Raw? Did you watch Raw the next night, Bri? Like, did this kill WWE's business?
I also want to make an addendum to say you can't make this comparison when Sting literally went over on two guys who are proud of the fact that they say they are killing the business.
Exactly. Yeah. No, literally, dude. That's a great point. That's their whole gimmick.
This whole thing about losing on your way out, this old school losing on your way out, the time-honored tradition. Remember when Vince talked about Brett and the time-honored tradition?
That was a completely different scenario.
Yeah, it's a different scenario. And again, Brian, like Brian's talking like, no, you're the old guy saying this, Bri.
Right.
You and your ilk. Dave Meltzer, you are the ones going this time-honored thing. Name a guy besides Goldberg during this fucking run of Gunther retiring everybody. Everybody wins their last match. Shut the fuck up.
Went over. Remember that? Well, why? What was the time-honored tradition about Brett? He wasn't retiring. He was leaving one promotion.
Exactly. So why are you
belt?
Yeah, dude. And he was retiring from WWE's universe / canon. Like they didn't consider WCW or other territories and feds and shit canonical to the WWE timeline, you dumbass. You're talking about an entirely different scenario, and then he thinks he's cooking here. Like, it's crazy.
To go to a rival promotion. So, listen, if you're going to leave WWE, if John Cena's contract is up and he's going straight to AEW, whatever. Beat that guy 6 ways from Sunday and send him to AEW a loser, okay?
Yeah, no, that's the old guy thing. Like, that's the old guy thing to do. Right there. You just said it, Brian. And you're like, yeah, do that. That's the great idea. That's the greatest idea. What did WWE do? They gave Edge a win in Toronto over Sheamus, and then he went to AEW. Stupid.
Yep.
Like, bro, this shit, I'm telling you, if like when I started hearing Raj and Conrad and Jeff Jarrett and Brian Alvarez and Dave Meltzer and all these guys align in their opinion on this, I was like, immediately, that's some fuck shit. That's just some emotional shit over there. That has nothing to do with objective reality here and what happened. And people saying his retirement run failed. What are you talking about? All the houses they drew?
All the merch
they fucking sold. Oh, well, if that's what were his matches bad? Like, what do you want to break it down? Were the matches bad? No, I think he had some good, memorable. I remember like every single one of his last fucking matches, even that 6-man on Raw with Sheamus and them. Speaking of him, like he had just moment after moment after moment. So, and then they drew and sold more merch at the most expensive they ever did. So how is that a fail in any way?
And the whole bit about how he didn't do a retirement speech afterwards, and they're like,
all he did was media leading up to it. All he did was media, and he's on Cody Rhodes. He's on Cody Rhodes' podcast this week coming up too.
Right, but the whole year was him cutting promos of "This is my last time in this city" and "Thank you" and everything. He had a year worth of farewell fucking addresses. Like,
I know. They didn't do the old thing. Oh, at least a fucking farewell speech.
Flair didn't have a farewell speech.
Yeah, bro. That's the obvious thing to do. They did literally everything different than what normally happens. And then people are going, well, what normally happens is, and that's bullshit. What he did is what normally happens. And it's like, no, what normally happens is fucking all this shit you guys keep bringing up. So stupid, man. And it's what Cena wanted. People are like, yeah, because Cena's known for fucking making good decisions. Yeah, you what? Culture, wrestle, talk, fucking top 10 list marks. I fucking know that you guys have seen the same list 7,000 fucking times where he buried NXT, or I mean the Nexus. Who gives a fuck? Has he made, look how successful he is in his life. Has he made more good decisions or more bad decisions?
Right. But, and I mean,
so stupid.
Here's just a microcosm of the things is, so they're going to sit here and huff and puff and cry and whine about what should have, could have, would have, yada, yada. Meanwhile, I look at it as I sit here and I catch a clip of them bitching here, a clip of them bitching there. And my wife is sitting here And she didn't watch wrestling before we started dating 15 years ago. Like, she knew nothing about it, and she's only picked up enough, from being around me and being around the business. She's not like ensconced in it and whatever. But the moment I go, they're bitching about Cena fucking, putting over Gunther, and she's like, you're supposed to put people over on your way out. I'm like, my fucking wife, who's not a wrestling fan, gets it, and these fucking idiots don't.
Yeah, man. And speaking of not getting it, dude, Raj Giri had this to say. He's like, it wasn't the end, it was just the first part. Right? And so he's talking about Raj never watched Infinity War. Right. And then Matt Keane goes, Iron Man died at the end of Endgame. And then Raj says, after beating the bad guys. Oh, but no, God. Dude, but he lost to the bad guy in Infinity War, right? So like the MCU's a saga as well. They don't all end on a happy note. In fact, sometimes you're like, what? They all
gonna learn again when Doomsday comes out next year.
Yeah, and so, dude, yeah, Doomsday is gonna end like fucking.
It's gonna be like Infinity War times 10. Yep.
So Matt Keane says, that's a nifty goalpost move that you started today when you realized your premise was flawed. Okay, so now there's no movie where the bad guy wins, like The Dark Knight, Memento, Usual Suspects, 7, Empire Strikes Back, Infinity War, Rogue One, Watchmen, Cuckoo's Nest, Silence of the Lambs?
Silence of the Lambs. Oh, well, Hannibal gets away, but he wasn't the focal point of the movie. Whatever.
So Raj goes, yep, and Trish won hers, so it's not like something that can't be done. Yeah, everyone wins theirs, bro. And by the way, I agree with how all the retirement matches you listed went, just like I agree with Piper winning his at the time, or Sting winning last year. Yeah, I don't know. It's cope. Raj, you're coping, bud. I like you. You know what I'm saying? And this ain't even hating on you, dude, but it's big time cope, dude. And then he's like, Jesus Christ, dude. You don't have to take Jeff's quote so literally. Of course, there's movies where the bad guys win, but there's a lot more where they don't, especially ones. Well, exactly. And we can point to, Raj, there's a lot more of people winning ultimately in the end. And there's a lot more instances of good guys prevailing and Cena prevailing throughout his story than the very last one, dude.
And you took the words right out of my mouth, because for all of these people bitching and bitching and bitching and bitching some more about Cena putting over someone, these are all the same people for 15 fucking years who said, oh, look, how obvious, Cena wins law.
Yeah, you're right. And also, even when they complain about the fucking heel turn, it's like, dude, you wouldn't have popped or cared about any of this as much or as hard as if he didn't turn fucking heel, even for this little bit. Like, the crowds would not have been chanting Super Cena during this last match and shit. We would have just gotten Super Cena moments with him being a babyface. So the fact even we got that little heel run, like, was it the best heel run of all time? No. Was it worth it, though? Yes, I think it was worth it. Was creatively, it knocked it out of the park. It was pure Martin Scorsese cinema. No, shut the fuck up, you know? Like, just it worked out, and it was good. There were so many moments. The heel turn was a great moment for me as well. And the payoff, because Travis Scott, and that's part of the game when it comes to pro wrestling, is you have to rely on other fucking people. Most entertainment and artistic endeavors in general, there's a lot of reliance on other people and taking a chance on people. And Scott didn't want to do the shit. It fucked up. The Rock fucked off and wanted to win awards and shit. And it fucked John Cena a little bit, man. And ultimately they made the call, just switch him back. And then the payoff was good. And now look at all the heat on Gunther. Yeah. And like, after you watch Raw, and I saw Raj like admitting, well, it's not that he wasn't willing to admit anything, but he was like, yeah, Raw is really good. And he's putting Gunther over for the heat that he had and shit like that. But he says, but there's a lot more when they don't, especially ones which have a bunch of kids watching, cheering on their hero. And I don't know. Heels have to win, guys. It's heroes and villains. That's what pro wrestling's all about.
Right,
speaking of winning, speaking of winning, so anti-WWE, which is also, I think you pointed it out, or someone pointed out how this account right here is also that Noah Gilbert guy.
No, it's Noah Gilbert and Must Protect Tony Khan are the same.
Yeah, this is it. At Protect Tony Khan,
Yes,
anti-WWE. So
Yep.
they're the same guy. Okay, guys?
Yep.
Like, it's pretty well obvious. And so WrestlePurist was like, Blake Monroe was supposed to retain the title. And there's a bunch of these. I didn't bookmark all of them, but just this guy's like, that's for leaving, bitch. Like, what? Like, you did anything? Like, she deserves anything?
Like, bro, it's not that
Yeah.
serious.
It's just, I don't know, dude. It's very, very cringe when that's your whole personality, is this AEW shit and protect.
And it's
Tony
not like
Khan.
she was like, get me out of my contract so I can go to WWE. Her shit
Yeah.
was up and Tony didn't want to give her any fucking more money. So that was his fault.
Well, no, she did want to go to, like, her deal was up and you couldn't have given her enough money to stay because her dream is WWE.
okay.
She's,
All right.
yeah,
Good stuff.
yeah. So people have chronicled it like her whole career. She's just a super big Triple H fan, Randy Orton fan, Batista. Like, she loves WWE. It's her dream, her life's goal. It was to be in WWE. And to get there, someone suggested to her when she was younger, like, go wrestle in Japan and Mexico and all that shit. Like, go learn everything. And she did all that, made good money at a young age, became AEW's world champion. She always knew, I'm going to same with Jade Cargill. Jade always knew. Tony stooged that. He said he said it at a press conference that he gave Jade. So Jade responded to Tony nicely and was like, oh, they offered me more money, I'm just going to take it. And then Tony, I claimed that he responded again to Jade and was like, and matched it, like gave her even more, like a substantial amount more. And she still turned it down and he was shocked. Like, and that leads me to believe that she made him think that, because they're trying to be like, Tony's a nice guy and he gives you a lot of money. Everyone can admit that. But for Jade, like, she just wants to be she wants to be the next Rock. Blake Monroe, she wants to be a WWE superstar.
Right.
So you're never going to, like, money. You know, people talk about like selling out. Oh, you fucking, like, sellout isn't always monetary. It's like just doing some shit that you wouldn't do for money, you know? Like, if you're like, dude, the best drink is Coca-Cola, and then Pepsi's like, I'll give you $1 million to fucking, and you stand by it and you argue till you're blue in the face because you truly believe something, and then the money makes you just go, actually, Pepsi's way better. Okay, that's why people call out the Jeff Jarretts and the MVPs and people. That's why they get that reception when they get this big money from Tone and then they start just talking shit. Or like Dax or like Eddie
I was
Kingston.
just gonna say.
Eddie Kingston gets money from Tone and then he's just talking shit. It's like, bro, you never made it in WWE. You didn't want to be a coach. That's your own fucking bad, you know? You don't need to take, like, it just seems fucking whack, you taking shots at them. You know, maybe like Swerve, he left there. Maybe not even him, but like a Tony Storm. She was at like the tippy top and they were kind of doing dumb shit with her. Let's be honest. And then she fucking went to AEW, reinvented herself. If she were to say some shit about WWE, I would fucking listen to that before like a Young Bucks or an RJ City. You know what I'm saying? So ultimately, yeah, they're mad at Blake Monroe and she receives so much hate from fucking sickos. Speaking of fucking sickos though, so Sexy BJ Ray, he got released from WWE.
Good.
And so Steph DeLander had this to say, praying for all the victims, their families, and the people who were there during the Bondi Beach massacre. So
yeah,
for the first time ever, I think ever in Australia, like there was a mass shooting or something.
Since there was a mass shooting back in the early 90s, and right after
Yeah.
that, the Australian government banned like 90% of guns, and they had.
So how did someone get a gun to pull it off?
I'm not sure.
That's what's crazy,
of
because
the
they
details.
haven't had it happen for so long. So then
Right.
something happened. So there's a conspiracy. It was black helicopters. No, I'm not trying to make light of a situation, but this is terrible. There was a Hanukkah celebration and some fucking lunatic.
Yeah.
So Steph DeLander, of course, she's Australian, and she's like, this is
Right.
typically an unprecedented event for Australia. It's crazy. It's mind blowing. It's like if it happened in Canada, like that shit just doesn't happen. And it hurts my heart to see such horrific hate and gun violence so close to my home, for sure, dude. And then Sexy BJ Ray responds and goes, "What happened at Bondi Beach?" and asks Grok. And it's like, bro, come
This
on, like,
dude is so cringe. I am
He's
so happy
cooked,
they
bro.
fucking released his ass.
I was so behind him, and I was like, man, this guy's gonna fucking. But then he gets released, and then he shows up at the TNA show, and he's like
Right.
heckling Kalani Jordan, who he met in passing at the PC a few times. I'm assuming. I don't even know. Do you know her? And then he's like heckling her and shit, and
it's
everyone's like,
it's
what?
She's getting paid to be there, and you had to pay to sit in the fucking crowd. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, and then like him and Mance are talking shit, and I'm like, are they working an angle? Like, are they
No,
trying to bring
Mance
him in?
just don't give a fuck.
Yeah, and then this, and then this, and it's like, oh, he's just a cringe lord. Like, I totally get. Like, I thought he was hamming it up for TV, but no, he really. This is why WWE's like, fuck this guy. They all are like, dude, his promos are great on the LFG show. They're like, his charisma's awesome. Like, he's there. He's got a look. You know, he can shoot really well with the promos and shit. But there was times even on LFG where they are hamming it up for TV, but Bubba like legit just seemed fucking super mad at this guy. Like, what are you doing, you asshole? And then so Grok like answered the question as well, and everyone's just like, dude, you're trying too hard and shit. And then Steph DeLander responds and it's like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Right.
Yeah, dude, pretty fucking cringe.
And I guarantee you, he purposely did that on her shit because she's married to Mance, and he was like, "Oh, I'm gonna keep an angle going with Mance," because he's that much of a fucking mark for himself that he thinks that like,
right.
"Oh, this is gonna keep me relevant." It's just like stupid ass fucking Ricochistle thinking that, "Oh, I can just talk shit on Twitter to get stupid heat, and that means I'm a heel." No, because if you're being a dick to be a fucking dick, it doesn't fucking matter. You're not having a blow-off match with a random guy on Twitter come Dynamite.
And you got to work well with others. Like, I can't tell you how many fucking stories there are, and like in the entertainment biz, in Hollywood even, man, like people, you have to be able to work with people. Like, there are people who will get roles. They might not even be the best person for that shit, but they get along and are agreeable, and you know it's going to be a good time on set. People are like, oh, why does James Gunn hire his fucking family and friends? Because he wants to have a good time, and he wants everyone there understanding that their roles and shit. Same with Adam Sandler. He just hires his friends. Why not? Let's get everyone paid and have fun. I want to have fun at work. Like, that's the dream. And so I get people don't understand that aspect, but if he's in there just legit rubbing everyone the wrong way, it's not worth it. And look at his greatest rival was that Cutler guy, Cutler James or whatever. And that guy's on NXT, fast tracked. And fucking BJ Ray is paying for TNA tickets and heckling.
5,000.
Yeah, he's fucking heckling people he doesn't even know. So anyways, let's end this on a lighter note. The great Brian Last posts Jim Cornette's review of the People's Court 1998 wrestling case, Titanic Tony versus the Behemoth. And so let's look. Here's Harvey Levin speaking to TMZ earlier. And here's the People's Court, ladies and gentlemen.
Absolutely real. Take a look.
Oh, yeah, dude. We got
the plaintiff, Titanic Tony. He contends he hired the defendant to help him fulfill his lifelong dream.
Is this a real guy? Do you recognize this guy?
However, the huge, fast-talking
I mean,
wrestler
it's
did everything
98,
but
so
train
it's...
him. He was humiliated, subjected to beatings in the ring, and forced to be the guy's flunky.
So he comes in like wrist taped up, and he was humiliated in the ring. He's in gimmick.
Suing for $600, the money he's out. This is the defendant, Jack
What the fuck is
this? The Behemoth.
The
He points
Behemoth.
out he's a third-generation professional wrestler. His grandfather was Haystacks Calhoun.
Oh, shit. His grandfather was Haystacks Calhoun.
His mother is known as Black Venus, and his uncle is Gorgeous George. He says he did everything possible to train the plaintiff, but the guy...
This has got to be a work.
Yeah.
This is like when that fucking guy went on Dr. Phil and worked Dr. Phil. That Dick Masterson guy or whatever he worked.
A lot of these like court shows and stuff, like People's Court had like legitimate stuff on it, but there was a couple of works thrown in. There was an episode. I don't think it was People's Court. It might have been Judge Mathis or Judge Judy, but it was Bill Alfonso and Jasmine Sinclair.
No way.
Yeah, you can find it.
Like, why do they do that? Just to get paid, and then you get like an all expenses paid trip and a hotel room in LA or something.
You get paid and you get TV exposure. Just like there was an indie dude from around here back the company I was helping book for in Mass. There was this dude on it. His name's Chris Envy, who at the time when we were using him and his wife had gotten on Wife Swap.
Oh, no way. I used to love that show.
So legit, like the wife swap crew was there at a couple of our shows, like filming B-roll. So like, unfortunately, he suckered the owner into thinking this was going to be some huge thing that was going to like make him like this ultra superstar. And like the episode happened, it came and went and nothing, but then him and his wife like made the rounds and were on divorce court like 8 months later, getting a paycheck from there.
Divorce court.
He's
Yeah.
accused of putting a sleeper hold on a wrestler-to-be's dream.
Jack Martin, accused of body slamming a student wrestler.
The countersuit for $900.
But that's what you do.
Balance due for the training.
And he's countersuing for $900, the what's owed for the training. For the training.
I
Quote,
had
unquote.
no training whatsoever. I hit the floor and I felt those. If I was
So they're just trying to like work heat for their match, for this circus sideshow match.
I had to take the floor and I wouldn't have got hurt.
Today on Live to Go.
The litigant and take advantage are not actors. In this case, they are real wrestlers.
They're not actors, they're real wrestlers. JJ, real wrestlers, buddy. Not actors.
Did the defendant take advantage of a wannabe wrestler and shatter his dreams? It's the case of Titanic Tony versus the mighty Behemoth.
The plaintiff is known as Titanic Tony, is that correct? And you are suing the defendant for return of monies that you gave to him. Is that right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Will you please explain?
Okay, well, basically, we got into an agreement on June 2nd that.
Okay, well, we don't have the whole thing. That's fucking hilarious. A little throwback in the Sicko segment, ladies and gentlemen. And that was nobody's favorite segment, the Sicko segment. Fuck yeah, amazing. Guys, we just did over 4 hours tonight. I want to thank you for being here. I want to thank my guest, JJ Alexander of the Full Circle Radio Network. Round of applause for him. Guys, check out patreon.com/ProWrestleTimes. Hit like on your way out. Tell a friend. Thank you all for being here. Stay on the lookout for the Christmas special. Check out Patreon, okay? Can't push it enough. And shout out all the new patrons. Shout out all the members. Shout out everybody who is here. There's like 420 watching us right now, so we're crushing tonight. Thank you guys so much. I had a blast. I'll see you all for Sicko Saturday, but first I'll see you all tomorrow for Dave Meltzer Dumb Moment of the Week. It's a Thursday show live on YouTube. I don't know what time I'm going to do it. It's like blizzarding and shit out here, so I don't know. I'm fearing to crack a shovel out and stuff, but we'll see. JJ, thanks again, buddy.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. Amazing show. Amazing time. I'll see you all in the Upside Down. Peace out, ladies and germs.
I look and see it's not just me.
Jeff, why do you insist on doing this dumb internet shit on TV?
I look and see it's not just me.
This place is a fucking joke, man. You're a clown. I quit.
So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. We call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild.
No. It doesn't make logical sense, but it makes.
Well, yes, of course.
But it makes wrestling booking sense. Of course, this makes no sense. Of course, okay, it makes no sense. However, in pro wrestling booking, which often makes no sense, you would do that. It's about making money. It's not about anything else. Wrestling's always been about making money first and foremost. That's it.
I look and see it's not just me.
Last weekend was the greatest weekend in AEW history. This is the greatest week.
I look and see it's not just me.
Security, my safety, my life was in danger at a wrestling show.
So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. We call us problem child. We spent our lives on trial. We walk and we smile. We are the youth on trial. We stand, we won't fall. We're one and one for all. Nobody's on the wall. We are the youth on wild. We call us problem child. We spent our lives on trial. We walk and we smile. We are the youth on wild. We stand, we won't fall. We're one and one for all. Nobody's on the wall. We are the youth on wild. Living wild. Yeah!
If you're familiar with how we do things often here on these Wednesdays, it's a lot like one of my favorite movies, Time Cop.
What? Fuck you. Fuck you.
Yeah!
No! Damn it!